Chapter 1179. With the help of the storm, Chunzong turned into the son of the wind, wild, sharp, and extremely fast. Swoosh! A subtle but sharp sound was suddenly heard, as if the space was being torn apart, and the sword light shot out. This sword was extremely fast and ingenious, directly blocking Su Yi's fast attack. The sword turned, shook, and vibrated, releasing different forces in an instant, diverting Su Yi's attack to the side, and then the sword went straight in. Su Yi was shocked. Chunzong's sword art was so ingenious that it was impossible to find a flaw. It was perfect. Retreat. Su Yi rose with the wind and moved with the wind. Su Yi's body retreated in an instant, and Chunzong's sword followed him like a shadow. Su Yi's body changed rapidly in the air, but he couldn't avoid Chunzong's sword. He had no choice but to soar into the sky and avoid Chunzong's sword with the advantage of being in the air. With a flick of the sword chi turned into a crescent moon and slashed through the air, but Su Yi still avoided it. Su Yi looked down at Chunzong from 100 meters in the air. The combination of the natural wind and the secret method allowed Su Yi to fly, but there was a limit. He could only fly up to 100 meters. 100 meters was not high, but Su Yi had the advantage of being in the air. Unless Chunzong could also fly. Of course, if Chunzong called out the riding white cloud, he could fly, but his speed would not be as fast as Su Yi's. Cut! Su Yi was in the air, with his arms surrounded by the biting wind, sharp as knives. He stared at Chunzong, and a shocking cold light burst out from his eyes, like cold lightning breaking through the air. He waved both of his arms and slashed out repeatedly. Numerous palm winds that were as sharp as blades slashed down from the sky. In an instant, there were tens and hundreds of palm winds, all of which blasted towards Chunzong. The power of each palm strike was extremely terrifying, capable of cutting through and tearing apart everything. Su Yi didn't want to fight with the advantage of being in the air, but Chunzong's strength was too amazing, and Su Yi couldn't be capricious anymore. He had to defeat Chunzong first. Otherwise, if he lost or drew, he wouldn't be able to get any points. If he missed the chance to enter the Saint Realm, he would regret it for many years. This time, Chunzong didn't use the 5-foot sword circle to defend himself. If Chunzong wanted to win, he could not rely on defense alone. Moreover, defense had never been Chunzong's way of swordsmanship. Defense was only temporary and occasional. Chunzong's sword could cut through everything with his sword in hand. His legs were slightly bent, and the leg muscles under the robe bulged and contracted, bursting forth with astonishing power. The tyrannical dragon power was also surging within. When he returned from the Kanglan world, Chunzong's body refining cultivation had reached the late stage of the 9th level of the dragon power realm. Even if he hadn't improved much in the past year due to the lack of sufficient resources, he was still a little more powerful than he was a year ago. He was close to the peak of the 9th level of the dragon power realm. With a boom, the entire arena shook in an instant, as if it was about to collapse. There seemed to be billowing dust and smoke, rushing in all directions like waves. Chunzong's body shot up into the sky like a giant ballista. This time, Chunzong used his body-refining cultivation. As soon as it burst out, everyone was shocked and then shocked. What a strong body! Chi and body-refining cultivation at the same time. Not only that, his body-refining cultivation has also reached a very high level. So, this is his hidden strength. After being shocked, they all realized that this was Chunzong's hidden strength. The dragon power burst out, and his body-refining cultivation was extremely terrifying. Chunzong seemed to have transformed into an azure dragon, soaring into the sky and rampaging. No matter how strong the opponent was, he would crush them with one blow. Swinging the sword, the dragon power covered the dark light sword. Although he couldn't borrow the power of the dark light sword, the power brought by his body-refining cultivation was strong enough. Slash! Hundreds of sharp blades fell with a terrifying power that could shatter rocks and tear the earth apart. However, under Chunzong's sword, they were all cut into pieces like rotten wood. With a sword in hand, Chunzong demonstrated what it meant to be unstoppable. In an instant, he shattered hundreds of attacks and rushed at an astonishing speed. Extreme slash. Chunzong's speed was too fast, and his aura was unparalleled. It directly hit Su Yi's body, and his murderous aura was as deep as the sea, boundless and majestic. Su Yi's mind was in a trance, as if he had fallen into purgatory and saw endless bloody bones floating. A battle between masters only lasted for a moment. The moment his mind was in a trance, Su Yi knew that he was in trouble. He couldn't avoid this sword at all. Extreme slash. Extreme slash heaven and earth. Nothing can't be cut through. Nothing can't be destroyed. This was an extremely terrifying power, and also an extremely terrifying belief. My sword cut through everything. The penetrating coldness and dominance that penetrated the bone and soul attacked Su Yi's mind again. The sword light was like a waterfall across the sky, unparalleled. Unable to dodge, he could only take it head-on. Under the shock of his mind, Su Yi couldn't exert his full strength at all. The sword slashed through the air. In an instant, Su Yi's face changed dramatically. He could feel an extremely terrifying power that instantly shattered the defensive power of his arms, and also tore apart the power brought by the strange wind of heaven and earth. This power was so overbearing, so domineering, like an ancient giant beast that was rampaging without mercy. This sword didn't have the sharpness of a sword, but it was like a heavy sword without a sharp edge, invincible. The roar was earth-shattering. An invisible explosion of air shot up to the sky. Su Yi's body was also sent flying higher in an instant. His blood was in turmoil, and he couldn't help but spit it out. Blood splattered across the sky, and his face turned pale. The terrifying impact of the power also made Su Yi feel his muscles and bones go numb, and he felt weak all over. The roar shook the sky, and the invisible power passed through Chunzong's feet and exploded again, pushing the air to produce a shocking rebound force, causing Chunzong's body to shoot forward again. In an instant, he appeared above Su Yi. Slash! Su Yi forced himself to gather his strength and resist again, but his strength was defeated again. His whole body fell from the sky like a meteor, and an extremely shocking roar sounded. With a boom, Su Yi's body directly hit the arena. His back protruded forward, and his whole body bounced up like a big shrimp landing on the ground. He spat out another mouthful of blood. When he landed again, Su Yi's face was as white as a sheet of gold paper. He lay on the arena with his whole body stretched out. There was no part of his body that wasn't sore, and his internal organs were in excruciating pain. Su Yi's lips curled into a bitter smile. This smile also affected his injuries, and it was painful. He was injured, and it wasn't light. Below the arena, everyone was silent. They were all stunned. At first, they all thought that Chunzong had some strength, but not enough. However, battle after battle, Chunzong's strength was proven, and time after time, he exceeded their expectations. But before this battle, Chunzong had only shown the defense of the sword circle. In terms of attack, he wasn't that outstanding, but he had a unique grasp of timing. Whether a cultivator was strong enough, in fact, it was judged from many aspects. If one was outstanding in only one aspect, he would indeed surpass many people, but he would still have shortcomings. For example, Su Yi's speed was extremely fast, but he was relatively ordinary in other aspects. Otherwise, his ranking in the last competition would have been higher. A truly powerful cultivator could be proficient in one aspect, but not bad in other aspects. Previously, Chunzong's performance made people think that his attack was relatively ordinary. They didn't expect that his attack would be so terrifying, domineering. After 10 breaths, Su Yi, who had been healed by the power of White Cloud Floating Island, got up. Chun Shitty, you've hidden your strength too well. Su Yi smiled bitterly. Senior brother Su, you're so powerful that I had to show my strength. Chunzong smiled, indirectly affirming Su Yi's strength. After winning this battle, no one dared to look down on Chunzong anymore, because the strength he had shown was shocking. His outstanding talent was beginning to show, and he would soar to the sky. The battle continued. Yun Yinxin's opponent was Mu Jingyao, who was ranked 10th on the previous cloud roll. Both of them had unparalleled looks, and each had its own merits. They were like orchids in spring and chrysanthemums in autumn. Therefore, the battle between the two attracted more attention. In addition to her strength, she was also beautiful. Beautiful things often made people appreciate them more. Beautiful and powerful people were even more eye-catching. Mu Jingyao practiced the saber, and it was a double saber. The double sabers were like willow leaves. With the double sabers in her hands, Mu Jingyao's body swayed like willow leaves, and the double sabers slashed out continuously, turning into sharp and thin saber blades that seemed to be spinning in the wind. Saber chi surrounded the surroundings, constantly cutting the sky, and attacked Yun Yinxin. Wisps of cloud chi fluctuated, causing Mu Jingyao's body to sway more and more, making the saber chi even more misty. With his sword in hand, Yun Yinxin was like the wind, and with a wave of his sword, he blocked the saber chi and counterattacked. Being able to rank 10th on the previous cloud roll, Mu Jingyao's strength was unquestionable. Compared to Mu Jingyao, Yun Yinxin's disadvantage was his cultivation. Yun Yinxin's cultivation was at the early stage of the transcendent realm, while Mu Jingyao's cultivation was at the peak stage of the transcendent realm. Her spirit energy had been tempered to the extreme and was incomparably pure. Shenzong stared at the battle on the ring. As Mu Jingyao continued to slash out with her saber, Yun Yinxin began to feel uneasy and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. According to this situation, if Yun Yinxin didn't have any trump cards up his sleeve, he would most likely be defeated. With a shout, Yun Yinxin's body suddenly burst forth with a tyrannical aura that swept out like a storm. In an instant, the powerful momentum forced back the saber chi that was closing in on her. Whistling sounds rang out incessantly as the wind raged. Yun Yinxin's robe fluttered, and her black hair was dyed with a blue light, fluttering in the wind. Heaven and earth wondrous wind. Shenzong was slightly surprised. It turned out that Yun Yinxin had also obtained a kind of heaven and earth wondrous wind. This might be her trump card. For a moment, many disciples were also surprised. First, Su Yi had displayed the heaven and earth wondrous wind, and now Yun Yinxin had also displayed it. When the power of the heaven and earth wondrous wind appeared, it immediately increased Yun Yinxin's movement speed and sword speed by several times, increasing her strength. Powerful strength or super fast speed were both guarantees of strength. With an even faster sword speed, Yun Yinxin instantly slashed out dozens of times, repelling the saber chi, and rushed forward, her sword light flashing across the sky towards Mu Jingyao. Chapter 1180. The blades and swords clashed, and countless sharp noises rang out incessantly like raindrops hitting banana leaves. Countless energy ripples spread out on the arena, as if many small stones were sprinkled into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples. Yun Yinxin, who had used the worldly wonder wind, was able to recover from his disadvantage, but Mu Jingyao also used her full strength, and for a time, the two were evenly matched. Secret technique, Wind Whisk Willow. Mu Jingyao paused for a moment, and the twin blades suddenly burst out with dazzling light. The light was dazzling, and in an instant, the willow leaf blades seemed to disappear in the air, turning into countless willow leaves that appeared from all directions and attacked Yun Yinxin. This was an offensive secret technique, a 6th grade secret technique. Even though Mu Jingyao had not yet cultivated it to the grand accomplishment stage, its power was still terrifying, far surpassing her own limits. In an instant, Yun Yinxin was surrounded by countless willow leaves, constantly cutting at him. Her expression cold, Yun Yinxin's sword speed exceeded her limit, her fine black hair dancing wildly as she constantly waved her sword to resist the dense attacks coming from all directions. But each strike was incredibly powerful, causing the pressure on Yun Yinxin to increase dramatically. At this critical moment, a tyrannical aura suddenly burst out from Yun Yinxin's body. A breakthrough in battle. Her cultivation has improved. Indeed, Under the pressure of Mu Jingyao's sixth-grade secret technique, Yunyanxin had actually broken through to the mid-ninth layer transcendent realm, her spirit chi becoming purer and her strength increasing. With her strength increased, she was able to block Mu Jingyao's sixth-grade secret technique and counterattack. A sword light tore through the air so fast that even the blade could not be seen. Only a wisp of extremely condensed blue sword light shot out like an aurora. Sixth-grade secret sword art, refining wind-piercing cloud. This sword attack was too fast and sharp. Mu Jingyao barely managed to cross her twin sabers to block it, but her defense was directly broken, and a terrifying force pierced through her sabers and into her body, wreaking havoc. As if there was an invisible sword piercing through her body, Mu Jingyao's body trembled and her spirit chi collapsed, unable to block Yunyanxin's follow-up attack and directly losing. This woman also has the ability to compete for the top 10. For a moment, many of those who had set their sights on the top 10 felt the pressure. Bai Xie chose her opponent, and her opponent immediately admitted defeat, allowing Bai Xie to obtain a point without having to fight. It was Gao Hongjing's turn to choose his opponent. Gao Hongjing's gaze swept over them and finally fell on Chunzong's face. Your strength has piqued my interest. Gao Hongjing laughed maniacally. The light in his eyes became more and more intense, bringing with it an astonishing pressure. Then, do you want me to choose you or not? No matter whether Chunzong answered yes or no, he was at a disadvantage. All eyes fell on Chunzong's face, waiting to see how Chunzong would respond to Gao Hongjing. As long as you are, so will your sword, Chunzong replied unhurriedly. Every word he said was as sharp as a sword. The light in Chunzong's eyes was restrained, but it was like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed as he stared at Gao Hongjing. What he meant was, my sword and I are here. If you want to fight, then fight. If you don't want to fight, then don't talk nonsense. Chunzong's answer stunned Gao Hongjing. It was a little unexpected. Interesting, but it's not enough for me to choose you as my opponent. Gao Hongjing laughed. He moved his gaze away from Chunzong and looked at the others. If he randomly chose someone as his opponent, that person could only admit defeat with a bitter face. The opponent chosen by Fu Yunxiao also admitted defeat. As the battles went on one after another, and as the rounds began and ended, the number of opponents that everyone could choose became limited. In this round, Chunzong was chosen by another top 10 on the last cloud ranking, Yu Shuiyuan, who ranked 5th on the last cloud ranking. Yu Shuiyuan, who was dressed in a blue robe, crossed the sky with his hands behind his back like flowing water. He appeared on the arena. There were lines on his blue robe that were like flowing water, rippling slightly like endless flowing water. It was an extraordinary artistic conception. Being able to rank 5th on the last cloud ranking, Yu Shuiyuan's strength was not to be underestimated. However, at this moment, no one dared to look down on Chunzong, because in the battle with Su Yi, Chunzong had shown his outstanding strength and let everyone know that his strength was not due to luck. Chinshiti, please. Yu Shuiyuan did not speak as much as Su Yi. Instead, it was a very simple sentence. Unlike Su Yi, Yu Shuiyuan did not have a smile on his face. He was as calm as water, and so was his tone and eyes. Senior brother Yu, please. Chunzong had always treated others with respect. He would return the favor with respect. Yu Shuiyuan did not decline or decline modestly. This was a battle, a competition. He had to use his strength to defeat his opponent. He raised his hand and pointed out a finger. It seemed that there were countless water vapor surrounding it. As the water vapor permeated the air, it changed like clouds and mist. His fingertip trembled slightly, and then a soft sound was heard. At the moment when the sound was heard, there was already a wisp of finger radiance that was as smooth as water piercing through the air and shooting towards Chunzong. Its speed was much faster than the speed of sound. The moment Yu Shuiyuan raised his hand and pointed out his finger, Chunzong had already sensed it. Chunzong had also expected that the finger radiance would shoot towards him so quickly. He unsheathed his dark light sword and pointed it towards Yu Shuiyuan. It made a soft sound as if it had pierced a bubble. Chunzong had blocked and broken the finger radiance, but Yu Shuiyuan did not feel anything strange. This was reasonable. If Chen Zong could not even block such a finger radiance, then there was no need for this battle to continue. It would end in an instant. Being able to defeat Su Yi, Chen Zong's strength was not simple. He was expected to be ranked in the top 10 of the cloud ranking. He was a strong opponent. However, Yu Shuiyuan was not afraid. On the contrary, he was a little excited and full of fighting spirit. He flicked his 10 fingers continuously. Streaks of finger radiance that were like clouds and water shot out frequently. Each streak of finger radiance was more powerful and carried an amazing follow-up impact. It was like a long spear piercing through the void, shooting towards Chen Zong one after another. No, it should be said that they were shooting towards Chen Zong. Although the finger radiance was only as thick as a little finger, it contained tremendous power. It was like an embroidery needle bursting out a giant hammer-like attack. It was very terrifying. It also showed that Yu Shuiyuan's application of strength was very amazing. But this was all reasonable. Every top 10 on the cloud ranking of the last cloud ranking was very clever in the application of their own strength. Their understanding of strength had also reached an amazing level. Moreover, Yu Shuiyuan's martial arts realm had also reached the 3rd level. Although he had just entered the 3rd level, he had already surpassed Su Yi's level. With a sword in his hand, Chen Zong performed a 5-foot sword circle to block the continuous finger radiance shot out by Yu Shuiyuan's 10 fingers. All the finger radiance was smashed without any mistake. Once again, he performed the unbreakable sword circle. The mind consumed by performing the unbreakable sword circle in the fight with Su Yi had already been fully recovered. Now he performed the unbreakable sword circle with his full mind. Every time the sword radiance smashed the finger radiance, Chen Zong could feel a terrible force hitting the sword body. Moreover, there was an amazing follow-up force that rapidly spread through the sword body to the palm, trying to attack the palm and even the arm. However, Chen Zong's body was strong, and he had mastered a brilliant technique of offloading. He directly offloaded the continuous force of the finger radiance, and his body was not affected at all. No, it was not right to say that he was not affected at all, because the finger radiance shot out by Yu Shuiyuan's 10 fingers was very powerful, and it was still increasing. It gradually increased the consumption of Chen Zong's mind. The consumption of his mind could not be seen at the moment, but Chen Zong was sure that if this situation continued, his mind would be consumed more and more quickly. 10 breaths later, Yu Shuiyuan, who had already shot out over 100 finger forces, suddenly paused. Subsequently, his index and middle fingers joined together like a sword. Endless water vapor surged out. With a slash of his sword fingers, a shocking sword chi tore through the air. It was like a long whip as it viciously slashed towards Chen Zong. The sword seemed to have split the arena into two. Slash! The sky was vast, and the earth was vast. The power of this sword chi was so terrible that it could tear apart mountains and split the earth. It split the arena into two in the bright night. Chen Zong swung his sword and performed a 5-foot sword circle to resist this terrible sword chi. However, at that moment, Chen Zong also felt the consumption of his mind increase a lot. The stronger the opponent, the more he could train himself. If he did not consider the consumption of his mind, Chen Zong would definitely perform the 5-foot sword circle to perfect the sword circle. However, once the power of his mind was exhausted, he would become weak and could not exert much of his strength. He might even fall into a coma. Therefore, when the power of his mind was almost half consumed, Chen Zong changed his way of fighting. He no longer defended blindly. With a boom, Chen Zong unleashed his dragon power. The power was so strong that it seemed to crush the arena. The speed of the explosion was so amazing that it broke through everything. He approached Yu Shuiyuan directly, like an ancient beast. However, Yu Shuiyuan reacted very quickly. The moment Chen Zong approached him, his body slid back like flowing water. It was so natural that it seemed to contain some kind of truth, and it made people feel comfortable. Chen Zong approached again and slashed out with his sword. He did not perform the tranquil sword, because in Chunzong's opinion, he did not need to perform the tranquil sword to fight against Yushui Yuan. Although Yushui Yuan's strength was very strong, it was still limited. It's almost equivalent to the level of a mid-level demon emperor. Chunzong said secretly, evaluating Yushui Yuan's strength. Of course, this was only the strength that Yushui Yuan had shown now. There must be some hidden strength. If he used it all, he might reach the level of a high-level demon emperor. If he used the red flame sword, Chunzong could easily defeat Yushui Yuan. However, doing so would not achieve the effect of training himself. Unlike Su Yi, Yushui Yuan's strength was more comprehensive and not so special. This was a very strong opponent, one that made Chunzong's blood boil. He waved his right hand. Suddenly, a snow-white waterfall rippled in the air, swaying like water. It was like a spirit snake, but also like a fish swimming in the water. It was a flexible sword. Flexible swords were different from ordinary swords. It was harder to cultivate and was difficult to get started. It was a kind of strange weapon. If it was successfully cultivated, it would have extraordinary power and was even harder to defend. The hissing sound came from the soft sword in Sui Yuan's hand. It was like a spirit snake that came from all directions. Every strike was as smooth as flowing water. At the same time, it was also strange and tricky. It was like a continuous stream of water that flowed endlessly. Chapter 1181. On the 10,000-meter arena, the fierce battle was going on. Endless white clouds surrounded the arena in all directions. The clouds and mist were surging, changing between real and fake. In an instant, Chunzong felt himself being enveloped by Yushui Yuan's swordsmanship. It circled around his body 360 degrees without any blind spots. It was as if the flexible sword had split into countless parts and attacked from all directions at the same time. The 5-foot sword circle was impenetrable. All the attacks, no matter from which angle, fast or slow, were blocked by Chunzong. They could not cause any harm to him. Such swordsmanship, such a high realm, made the people who fought against Chunzong feel helpless. They could clearly feel a sense of powerlessness. If they could not break the opponent's defense and attack him, it would be difficult to defeat him. Difficult. Yushui Yuan suddenly felt what the disciples who fought against Chunzong felt. Water ripple force. With a low shout, Yushui Yuan's robe shook slightly, as if it was moving in the water. Layers of ripples appeared, and the force was like water ripples. It was transmitted from his 5 fingers to the sword. With a buzzing sound, the soft sword was straightened in an instant, and a terrible force was shot out. It penetrated everything and rushed toward Chunzong. However, it was blocked by Chunzong. But at the moment when Chunzong blocked the sword, he suddenly felt a force that was not affected by the force. It went directly through the sword to his palm. It was not fast, but it was continuous and unstoppable. This was a secret method. It was not a high-level one. It could not strengthen Yushui Yuan's attack, but it could transmit his force into the opponent's body to cause more damage. Since it cannot be broken from the outside, it could be broken from the inside. Every one of them was a genius. They all had their own ideas and put them into practice. They tried to break Chunzong's sword circle defense, but they all failed. They did not know if Yushui Yuan could do it. The ripple-like force was constantly transmitted to Chunzong. The force was endless and strong, and it carried a strange force that seemed to want to disintegrate and disperse the force in Chunzong's body, making him lose the ability to resist. If this force was stronger, it might succeed. However, there were no ifs. Compared to Chunzong's own strength, this force was obviously not enough. The tyrannical dragon power surged in an instant, letting out a furious dragon roar, directly shattering the water ripples that had invaded his body. Yushui Yuan could not help but feel a headache coming on. The defense of Chunzong's sword circle was too formidable. It was impossible to break through. If he couldn't break through the defense of the sword circle, then he couldn't defeat Chunzong. As he was thinking, Chunzong's left sword finger touched the sword body, and an amazing sharpness broke out. The sword cut horizontally, and the world was cut open like a piece of paper. The amazing sharpness made Yushui Yuan's face suddenly change. A soft sword danced in front of him like a flying dragon, constantly intertwining with each other to resist Chunzong's sword. Close combat was Chunzong's forte. Using his powerful physique to wield his sword, the speed of his sword was even faster and more ferocious. Supplemented by his vigorous and agile spiritual energy, the might of every sword had reached the pinnacle. It was as if Chunzong had used up all of his strength, yet every sword was incomparably nimble and flexible. The sword seemed to be given an independent life. With the soft sword in his hand, Yushui Yuan waved it with all his strength. Layers of ripples spread out in all directions. In the ripples, the tip of the sword was like a swimming fish pointing at Chunzong, showing amazing swordsmanship. The soft sword had the advantage in flexibility. Under the arena, everyone was stunned. The scene of two swords being wielded at high speed and flexibility, constantly colliding and attacking according to the flaws and gaps of the opponent's swordsmanship, was really wonderful. It was like a sword moving unconventionally, standing alone on a cliff in green pine, shocking people. In such a close combat, with such a sharp weapon as a sword, one would be hit and injured if careless. Every breath was like walking on a thin rope, and below, there was a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. The sword light fell like a waterfall, and the sword shadows were like mountains. The audience was very excited. Their hearts were beating fast, and their blood was boiling. Unconsciously, their eyes were shining. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Chunzong not only resisted Yushui Yuan's swordsmanship, but also made very accurate counterattacks, catching Yushui Yuan off guard. Gradually, Yushui Yuan was defending more than attacking. True water ripple technique. With a low shout, he used his secret technique. Layers of water rose from the bottom of his feet like sharp blades and quickly wrapped around his body like a swimming dragon, firmly protecting Yushui Yuan. This was a 6-tier secret technique. It was a defensive secret technique with a hidden counterattack. As long as an attack landed on the power of the true water pattern technique, the attack would immediately be dissolved and the attack would be counterattacked by the power of the true water pattern technique. More importantly, Yushui Yuan had already cultivated this 6th-grade secret technique to the great success stage, and its power was the strongest. Platinum Sword Body. Chunzong instantly displayed the Platinum Sword Body, a 5th-grade profound success secret technique. The platinum light was full of sharpness and penetrated Chunzong's body, making his sword even sharper. Streaks of platinum sword marks, either straight or curved, were all over the place. This was a battle of strength, but also a battle of skills. I didn't lose unjustly. Su Yi once again showed a bitter smile and said to himself, although the battle between Chunzong and Yushui Yuan didn't seem to be so fierce, nor did it have the tyrannical power to destroy mountains, it was the result of highly condensed power on the sword. If one was hit by it, one would be seriously injured. Su Yi was sure that if it were him, no matter if it was Yushui Yuan or Chunzong, he would be defeated within a few moves, even with his superb speed. Ning Tianming looked dignified. Yushui Yuan's strength was actually not much different from his. It wouldn't be easy to determine the winner. No matter how Chunzong and Yushui Yuan ended up, it showed that Chunzong's strength was very strong and probably not inferior to his. Sooner or later, he would have to fight with Chunzong. Sooner or later, there would be a battle. Thinking of this, Ning Tianming stared more attentively at Chunzong. He wanted to know more about Chunzong's fighting style and swordsmanship, so that he could be more confident in such a battle. However, the more Ning Tianming watched, the more dignified his expression became. Unfathomable. He could only use these 2 words to describe Chunzong's swordsmanship. Under the eruption of strength, Yushui Yuan's strength was comparable to a high-level Demon Emperor powerhouse of the Blue Billow world. He was very tyrannical. Without using the heart-calming sword, the pressure Chunzong was under was extremely strong. But under this kind of pressure, it was like tempering steel in a fierce fire. His potential was stimulated and sharpened. Making progress under pressure, This was one of the cultivation methods Chunzong had always adopted, using battle to nurture battle, improving in battle. While fighting, Chunzong sighed with emotion. No wonder he was 5th on the last cloud list. His strength was really strong. If his cultivation had reached the transcendent realm 9th layer, it wouldn't be so difficult. The 8 spirit wheels kept rotating, and the spirit power rushed up and down his body like a torrent. It poured into the profound light sword in an instant, flowing from one blade to the tip of the sword, then to the other blade, returning to Chunzong's palm, entering his arm and spreading to his body, forming a large cycle. By doing so, he could not only exert the power it should have, but also reduce the consumption of spirit power. Only those who had reached a high level of cultivation could use it. Yu Shuiyuan couldn't do it now, and Chunzong couldn't do it before. Under the constant fierce battle with Yu Shuiyuan, he was under the pressure of the other party and finally comprehended it. Chunzong found that after mastering this method, the consumption of his spirit power was greatly reduced, almost half, and if he continued and became more proficient, it was not impossible to reduce it to 2/3. Thinking about it, if the consumption of spirit power during a fierce battle was 1/3 of the usual, it meant that he could fight for a longer time. The second benefit was also immediately apparent. Chunzong could feel that his spirit power was becoming purer. With a pop, as if some kind of boundary had been broken, the spirit power in Chunzong's body surged like a tide, rising and falling, and an even more tyrannical aura spread out from his body. What's going on? Yu Shuiyuan was secretly surprised, only feeling that Chunzong's sword seemed to be stronger. Did he break through during the battle? No, his cultivation is still at the peak of the transcendent realm 8th layer. He hasn't broken through, but his spirit power has become purer. It's a breakthrough in his secret art. For cultivators, cultivation was important, but the level of their secret art was also very important. If both could reach a high level, it was undoubtedly the best. Chunzong should be cultivating the White Cloud Extreme True Art. His White Cloud Extreme True Spirit Chi is very pure. Yes, as some disciples guessed, Chunzong had indeed broken through. The White Cloud Extreme True Art had broken through from the 17th layer to the 18th layer. The breakthrough from the 17th layer to the 18th layer was much more obvious than the previous breakthroughs. The purity of his spirit power had directly doubled, and he had grasped the true meaning of his secret art. Wisps of white cloud spread out from Chunzong's body. They were like silk, but they were countless times tougher. Even a sword would find it difficult to cut through them. This was a vision brought about by the White Cloud Zenith martial art. Immediately, the wisps of white clouds wrapped around his sword, greatly increasing its power. Chop! In the blink of an eye, Chunzong swung his sword more than a dozen times, each of them slashing down on Yu Shuyuan's flexible sword and breaking through the true water ripple art's defense. The 18th layer's White Cloud Extreme True Spirit Chi was originally very pure, not to mention that Chunzong's spirit energy was twice as pure as a normal 18th layer cultivator's, which meant that his attacks were twice as powerful. Under Chunzong's superb swordsmanship, the effect of this increase in strength was even more significant. In an instant, the balance was broken. Under Chunzong's superb swordsmanship, Yu Shuin's hands and feet were tied, as if he was a low-level cultivator who had just learned how to use the sword, unable to organize an effective defense, let alone counterattack. Yu Shuiyuan was currently swaying from side to side. Yu Shuiyuan only felt the pressure on him increase sharply, the hand holding his sword trembling slightly, because a terrifying force was passing through his sword, causing his hand to gradually become numb. Stab/flick tap. Chapter 1182. Even senior brother Yu Shuiyuan was defeated. Chunzong's strength is too strong. Yu Shuiyuan was defeated, and everyone below the stage was shocked. It was too shocking. He wasn't an ordinary disciple or a genius. He was a super genius who ranked on the previous heavenly ranking. He could be considered a famous genius in the entire Sky Pillar Upper region. There was no doubt that he was very strong. Although the overall strength of this cloud roll was stronger than that of the last one, everyone was sure that Yue could get into the top 10. The only difference was his rank. Now, Yue was defeated by Chunzong, which meant that one of the top 10 spots on this cloud roll had been reserved by Chunzong. For a moment, everyone was more anxious, especially those who had a chance to get into the top 10. As for those who had no chance to get into the top 10, of course, they would try their best to get a better rank, because the higher the rank, the better the reward. Chunzong defeated Yue. Although the cloud roll had not been officially released, it was certain that he would get into the top 10. Yunyanxin was also happy for Chunzong and secretly encouraged himself to get into the top 10. Only in this way could he be qualified to participate in the so-called fight for the opportunity to enter the Sage Realm and have a chance to kill Lu Yijue. Round after round, the range of opponents he could choose to challenge was getting smaller and smaller. "I'm more interested in you." Gao Hongjing pointed at Chunzong and said arrogantly, "You don't want to admit defeat, do you?" Chunzong did not say anything. His figure flashed, and like a streamer, he flew over and landed on the arena. He directly expressed his intention with action. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. Gao Hongjing seemed to be testing him once or twice, with a bit of provocation and even a bit of fun. Now was the third time. Nothing could be done more than 3 times. No matter whether Gao Hongjing really wanted to challenge him this time, or was just testing and provocation like before, Chunzong did not intend to continue to deal with him. There would be a battle sooner or later. Previously, he felt that it was a little too early. But now, the finals of the 4th stage had already reached the end. It was time for him to battle with the top 3 of the previous Yun roll. Chunzong's reaction was very direct and decisive, which stunned everyone. Soon, their hearts beat wildly, and their eyes shifted from Chunzong in the ring to Gao Hongjing. Fight? If Gao Hongjing was still the same as before, with a hint of playfulness, it would be tantamount to shooting oneself in the foot. Because if he didn't fight, Gao Hongjing, would lose face. If they were to fight, they would only be toying with others. Instead, they would be forced to fight. No matter what, he, who originally had the initiative, had been reduced to a passive state in an instant, and his momentum had weakened. Seeing that Chunzong didn't say anything, but directly appeared in the ring, looking down at him with indifferent eyes, Gao Hongjing's expression suddenly changed, and a burst of anger burst out from the depths of his heart. Chunzong's approach made Gao Hongjing feel uncomfortable, as if he was being looked down upon. Even if it was Fu Yin Xiao, he wouldn't dare treat him like this. Now, a trivial new disciple, a trivial cultivator who hadn't even reached the 9th layer of the transcendent realm, actually dared to respond to him in such a manner. He simply didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The anger in Gao Hongjing's heart continued to surge, like the magma of a volcano, constantly rising, ready to erupt. However, Gao Hongjing wasn't someone ordinary people could compare with. This soaring anger was temporarily suppressed by him, seemingly transforming into a tyrannical force that reverberated endlessly in his chest. "Since you want to lose, I'll fulfill your wish." With a heart full of anger, Gao Hongjing jumped up dozens of meters high, then suddenly fell down like a meteorite breaking through the sky, with a great momentum. With a loud bang, the entire arena shook. An extremely terrifying qi surged out like a raging tide. With Gao Hongjing's body as the center, wave after wave of extremely terrifying power rushed out in all directions. This kind of power caused everyone to be aghast. Terrifying, extremely terrifying, at least several dozen tons of impact force, enough to shake a mountain or even collapse a mountain. This terrifying shock wave was like a tidal wave, seemingly wanting to shatter Chunzong's body. But when it hit Chunzong's body, it seemed to be split apart by an invisible sword, passing by Chunzong's left and right, unable to affect Chunzong in the slightest. Amidst the billowing qi, Gao Hongjing's imposing figure stood tall like a spear, his imposing aura soaring to the heavens, his pair of eyes flashing an icy cold light, as if he wanted to crush Chunzong's will. If an ordinary cultivator were to face Gao Hongjing's attack, they would definitely be frightened, their momentum greatly reduced, and even feel dizzy or even faint. But Chunzong wouldn't. Gao Hongjing's attack simply couldn't affect Chunzong in the slightest. It should be known that Chunzong's soul was very powerful, not something Gao Hongjing could compare with. In addition, after countless tempering and slaughtering in the Kanglan world, Chunzong's will had also become stronger and more tenacious. If the will contained in Gao Hongjing's attack was like a gust of wind, then Chunzong's will was like a mountain, unmoving no matter how strong it was. Gao Hongjing was secretly surprised. The anger in his heart also weakened a bit in an instant, and he calmed down even more. When anger soared, it was true that he could exert more power for a while, but because of lack of reason, he would make mistakes in other aspects. If he calmed down, he would be able to exert his true strength to the extreme. It seems that you do have some ability, Gao Hongjing said in a low voice, and immediately grinned. His white teeth reflected a dazzling cold light, looking incomparably dazzling. His voice suddenly became resounding and sharp, full of domineering. I hope you can resist a little, and not be defeated so easily. As his voice fell, Gao Hongjing's arm shook. His 5 fingers closed together like a sharp awl, and fiercely blasted toward Chunzong like a big spear piercing through the void. This spear was astonishingly sharp, and contained a terrifying and violent might. It was as though it wanted to pierce through Chunzong's body and crush it. Gao Hongjing practiced the spear, and his spear technique was extremely brilliant. His martial arts realm had reached the 3rd level, not the initial level, but the initial level. It was very exquisite. Using his arm to replace the spear, this fierce attack made Chunzong feel that he couldn't dodge. Moreover, the power was extremely strong. But looking at Gao Hongjing's relaxed appearance, he was afraid that this was not an all-out attack, but a tentative attack. His fingers were like a sword, and from the bottom to the top, the arc light was round, and it contained the charm of heaven. It was indescribable, and it was mysterious and unpredictable, like moving clouds and flowing water. This finger, like a sharp sword out of its sheath, pierced through the sky with an irresistible force, and pierced through the air. It demonstrated the sharpness of a sword, but also contained a powerful and domineering force, like a heavy sword fiercely striking. In an instant, the people under the ring seemed to see a big spear and a heavy sword colliding with each other. The tip of the sword against the tip of the spear. The finger of the sword against the 5 fingers. The terrible sound exploded in all directions, and the amazing strength shattered the surroundings, turning into circles of ripples that swept out like crazy waves. Chunzong and Gao Hongjing's bodies shook together. An extremely tyrannical and violent force blasted towards him in an unstoppable manner. It was as if it wanted to shatter his arm before shattering his body. If it wasn't for his high cultivation and body refinement, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. However, with his powerful physique, this terrifying force was completely neutralized. However, Chunzong found that it was very difficult for him to get rid of it. The force was very tyrannical. But no matter what, it was still a tyrannical body refining cultivation that gave him a strong body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to resist it with his spiritual power. Very strong. Gao Hongjing's strength was very tyrannical. In truth, Gao Hongjing was also very surprised. It was one thing for him to be unable to do anything to Chunzong with his powerful mental will, but now, even after using 50% of his strength, he was still unable to do anything to Chunzong. Gao Hongjing even felt a shockingly powerful force coming at him, causing his arm to feel numb. His right hand suddenly grasped, and a blazing flame instantly spewed out. Then he clenched his fist, and a big spear with burning flames appeared in Gao Hongjing's hand as if it pierced the sky. Crimson Dragon Sky, Splitting Spear. Senior Brother Gao is going to use his real strength. Su Ling was secretly excited. He was defeated by Chunzong and was shocked into fainting, which was extremely humiliating. He wanted to wash away his shame, but unfortunately, Chunzong was too strong for him to deal with. Now that Chunzong was facing Senior Brother Gao, with Senior Brother Gao's powerful strength, he would definitely be able to defeat Qinzong and teach him a lesson. Even if he was not the one who defeated Qinzong, he would feel better. As soon as the crimson dragon sky splitting spear appeared, Qinzong's face became dignified. That kind of blazing and tyrannical aura rippled in the void, filling all directions, and made Qinzong feel hot all over and depressed. Gao Hongjing's strength was very strong, which Qinzong had seen more than a year ago. At that time, Gao Hongjing was fighting with a genius from the ethereal heavenly palace. Perhaps both of them had some scruples at that time, so they did not completely burst out their full strength. However, that kind of fierce battle at least showed most of their strength, except for the hidden cards. After more than a year of cultivation, Gao Hongjing's strength should be improved. Taking a deep breath, Qinzong concentrated. Gao Hongjing was different from his previous opponents. He was very strong and merciless. Moreover, he had cultivated holy level cultivation methods, or martial arts. The top 3 on the cloud list represented a completely different meaning. Qinzong looked dignified, but there was no fear at all. Instead, there was an indescribable excitement and fighting spirit emerging from his heart and filling his whole body. With the crimson dragon sky splitting spear in hand, it meant that Gao Hongjing was going to show his real strength. With a shake of his arm, the big spear suddenly shook, and there was a faint, terrible roar, like the roar of thousands of beasts and the explosion of thunder. The momentum was extremely terrifying. This momentum alone was enough to make many people's spiritual power chaotic and difficult to resist. However, Qinzong's spiritual willpower was extremely strong, and his spiritual power was extremely pure, so he was not affected at all. The spear blasted towards him. It did not seem to be a high-level spear technique, but it was a simple spear technique. It integrated the essence of various spear techniques into it, and turned it into an instinctive stab. Qinzong could feel the astonishing power of this spear, as if it was going to pierce through him. His surroundings were directly sealed and suppressed, making him feel as if he was fixed in place. He could only watch as the spear stabbed towards him. Chapter 1183. The spear was like a dragon, suppressing the world. The dragon power erupted, and a sword broke through the sky. When the sword and the spear collided, the sword slashed 9 times in an instant, cutting and chopping at the tip of the spear from all angles, weakening the power of the spear step by step. Gao Hongjing's spear was indeed very powerful. It was not comparable to the Sui Yuan sword art. Fortunately, Qinzong's White Cloud ultimate skill had broken through to the 18th level. Its purity had doubled, and so had its power. Together with the power of the dragon power, he immediately resisted Gao Hongjing's spear. However, the powerful impact still made Qinzong feel pressured. The second spear, the third spear, the fourth spear, the fifth spear. Gao Hongjing's spear was extremely powerful. The spear was like a dragon, and the void was shaking. The terrifying power of each spear sealed and suppressed the surrounding void, making it difficult for Qinzong to dodge. He could only wave his sword to resist. The sound of the explosion was like the collision of mountains. The momentum was so great that it seemed like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The faces of the people under the arena changed greatly. Such momentum and power was extremely terrifying, and it was even more shocking than any of the previous battles. Sui, you Sui Yuan? In front of such power, they were nothing. Ning Tianming, who ranked 4th on the last cloud list, looked dignified. He had to use all his strength to deal with such a collision. However, Gao Hongjing's strength was definitely not that simple. As for Qinzong, I can't see through him. Ning Tianming could not help but shake his head and say secretly. Indeed, he could not see through him. Again and again, he was unexpected and shocking. So far, no one dared to say that they could see through Qinzong. Who knew if he was still hiding something? Even Gao Hongjing, who was fighting with Qinzong, was not sure if Qinzong had used all his strength. Gao Hongjing's attainments in martial arts were extremely high. With the great spear in hand, his spear techniques were exquisite to the extreme. Every spear strike carried an extremely frightening power, and every spear strike was simple. It was as if he had returned to the basics, and he had integrated the essence of various spear techniques into it. It was not a powerful spear move, but it was more powerful than some powerful spear moves. Why were there different levels of cultivation skills and martial arts in the world? It was because the power of cultivation skills and martial arts were different from the mysteries contained in them. Where did martial arts originate from? They were created by the ancestors after observing the myriad things in the world. They contain the mysteries and principles of the myriad things in the world. However, some cultivation methods and martial arts contain the principles of the world that were very shallow and almost non-existent. Some had more, and some were very profound. Naturally, there were different levels. For example, mortal rank cultivation techniques and martial arts focused more on one's own principles and focused more on the development of one's own potential. They didn't have much to do with the mysteries of heaven and earth. On the other hand, spirit-grade cultivation techniques and martial arts were different. They had already surpassed the development of one's own potential and were more inclined towards the profound mysteries of the world. Although they were all spirit-level martial arts, they were divided into low-level, middle level, high level, extreme level, and even peerless level. This was because of the difference in the strength of the principles of all things in the world contained within them. For example, the truth of all things in the world contained in low-class spiritual level martial arts was relatively shallow, while the truth of all things in the world contained in peerless spiritual level martial arts was very profound. For an ordinary transcendent realm early stage cultivator, a spirit-grade low-rank martial art was enough to display their full strength, while also being able to interpret the mysteries of all things in the world contained within. If one cultivated a spirit-grade mid-rank martial art, they would be able to grasp the mysteries contained within and display even greater strength. However, if it was a spirit-grade high-rank martial art, an early-stage, transcendent realm early-stage cultivator would simply not be able to cultivate it. Even reaching the basic level would be difficult, because if one's cultivation wasn't high enough and their talent wasn't high enough, they wouldn't be able to comprehend the mysteries contained within. If one couldn't comprehend them, the result of forcibly cultivating them would be a tragic death. If one was a genius early-stage, transcendent realm cultivator, then a spirit-grade low-rank martial art wouldn't be able to display their full strength and would require at least a spirit-grade mid-rank. As a cultivator's cultivation improved, their strength would also increase by leaps and bounds, allowing them to display astonishing power and even surpass some lower-level martial arts. For example, a cultivator at the late stage of the transcendent realm would normally display more power than a spirit-grade low-rank martial art, comparable to a spirit-grade mid-rank martial art. As such, only a spirit-grade high-rank martial art would be able to display their full strength, and if it was a spirit-grade top-rank martial art, they would be able to display even greater power. For Gao Hongjing, a spirit-grade high-rank martial art wasn't essential to him because the power of his normal attacks wasn't inferior to a spirit-grade top-rank martial art. Only a spirit-grade top-rank martial art could bring him some benefits. Of course, this didn't mean that spirit-grade low-rank, mid-rank, or high-rank martial arts were useless. A master like Gao Hongjing had cultivated step by step from a weak beginner to his current strength, not overnight. When one was weak, they would naturally cultivate some lower-level secret arts and martial arts in order to lay a solid foundation. What's more, different martial arts contain different mysteries. So if one had the time and energy to cultivate these martial arts, they would be able to grasp their true meaning and further perfect themselves. The higher one's cultivation, the higher one's realm, the more they could absorb the essence of the various martial arts they had accumulated in the past and integrate them into their own body. In this way, every strike would contain many mysteries without consuming too much of one's strength, making it stronger than an ordinary attack. In other words, it would become an ordinary attack. However, there were very few people who could achieve this. Many peak ninth layer transcendent realm cultivators couldn't do so because it required a high realm, cultivation realm, and martial Dao realm. Gao Hongjing didn't lack either, so he was able to achieve this. Chunzong, who was fighting with Gao Hongjing, gradually began to comprehend this. In terms of talent, Chunzong wasn't inferior to Gao Hongjing. The only difference between him and Gao Hongjing was the amount of time they had spent cultivating. Moreover, from the beginning, there was a big gap between the two of them in terms of cultivation environment and inheritance. Chunzong's cultivation environment, resources, inheritance, and other aspects couldn't be compared to Gao Hongjing's at the beginning. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. No matter how smart a person was, if they didn't have enough knowledge, they wouldn't be able to display their talents. However, Chunzong's learning ability was amazing, and his perception was extremely high. Therefore, as he continued to fight with Gao Hongjing, he was able to comprehend some of the mysteries of Gao Hongjing's spear strikes. Coupled with his astonishing realm of sword manipulation, he was able to gradually integrate the various sword arts he had cultivated in the past into each of his strikes. Chunzong could feel that the sword in his hand seemed to be faster, more powerful, more flexible, and sharper. In Blue Wave World, Chunzong had accumulated thousands of sword arts. When it came to his peers, no one could compare. In the past, he had only lacked an opportunity, but now, Gao Hongjing had brought him an opportunity, allowing Chunzong to make even greater progress. Gao Hongjing's expression was slightly dignified. In the confrontation with Chunzong's sword, he could clearly and intuitively feel the changes contained in Chunzong's sword. It was even more exquisite. There was a saying called martial fusion. As the name implied, it was to integrate the mysteries of various martial arts that one had cultivated in the past into one's own. At this level, he had only comprehended and gradually grasped it in the past year or so. On the other hand, Chunzong hadn't grasped it all in the previous battles, but now he was gradually grasping it. Was he hiding it before? Or was he comprehending it now? If it was the former, Gao Hongjing would feel better. If it was the latter, didn't it mean that Chunzong had only comprehended it after fighting with him? This was even more unacceptable for the proud Gao Hongjing. As the spear struck out, Gao Hongjing's whole body shook. Suddenly, there was an astonishing explosion that resounded through the world. For a moment, endless clouds surged in from all directions and gathered above the arena. The clouds were first white and incomparably vigorous, like a vast cloud mountain, exuding an incomparably terrifying aura that suppressed everything. Chunzong suddenly felt a pressure in his chest and had difficulty breathing. His expression was dignified, and his eyes looked up at the sky in horror. The vast cloud mountain was becoming more and more vigorous, nurturing an extremely terrifying power that could easily shatter a mountain. Immediately, the incomparably thick cloud mountain suddenly rotated and poured down. The color of its center was even deeper, gradually turning into a fiery red, as if there was a raging fire burning there. Rumble. The sky shook, the earth shook, and the mountain shook. The incomparably thick cloud of fire was like an inverted volcano, completely red. An incomparably scorching red flame spewed out from the inverted red cloud volcano, and the rumbling sound was extremely shocking. The aura became more and more vigorous, more and more overbearing, and more violent. It came with an astonishing wave of destruction, as if it was going to destroy all life. This aura, Chunzong's expression became more and more dignified, and his heart was filled with horror. This kind of aura had clearly surpassed the spirit grade. Perhaps it was the saint grade secret art that Gao Hongjing cultivated. Remnant Cloud Flame Art. Fu Yinxiao and Bai Xia also had dignified expressions. This was the saint grade low-rank secret art that Gao Hongjing cultivated. It was also one of the few saint grade secret arts in White Cloud Mountain. It seemed that Gao Hongjing had already cultivated this saint grade low-rank remnant cloud flame art to a certain level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to display it. Although saint grade secret arts were much stronger than spirit grade secret arts, The difficulty of cultivating them was also much higher. Even for geniuses like them, it was still very difficult. If they hadn't cultivated it to a certain level, they wouldn't be able to display its full power and would instead put a burden on themselves. Since Gao Hongjing was able to display the remnant cloud flame art, it meant that he had cultivated it to a certain level, enough to make himself stronger. Gao Hongjing originally didn't intend to use the remnant cloud flame art because it was too powerful. It had already surpassed the level of the transcendent realm, reaching the half-step saint grade. He was prepared to keep this trump card to deal with Fu Yunxiao. However, Chunzong's performance had brought him a lot of pressure. If he didn't display the remnant cloud flame art, he didn't know how long he would have to fight to defeat him. It had never been Gao Hongjing's style to drag things out. Since the other party wanted to bring him some pressure, and since he wanted to defeat the other party, then he would do it thoroughly. He would defeat the other party with greater strength and let the other party understand the gap between them. The rumbling sound was earth-shattering as a terrifying torrent of magma fell from the inverted cloud mountain, directly submerging Gao Hongjing's body. Chapter 1184. His imposing aura soared to the heavens and shook the world. Around the ring, each and every one of them wore a dignified expression. This pressure was too tyrannical, making it difficult for them to even breathe. The terrifying heat was enough to incinerate their bodies into ashes. The ring seemed to be on the verge of collapsing under this terrible pressure. Like a flood of heavenly fire, Gao Hongjing's body was submerged, as if he was being swallowed whole. The magma-like torrent poured into Gao Hongjing's body in waves, causing his expression to become dignified as he grit his teeth, as if he was under great pressure. Using a saint-grade secret art as a transcendent realm cultivator would have a great burden on their body, and if one didn't have enough strength, their end would be very miserable. Therefore, even if one obtained a saint-grade secret art or martial art, not just anyone could cultivate it. One had to be a transcendent realm genius, a half-step saint-grade master, or a true saint realm master. A large amount of heavenly fire magma poured into Gao Hongjing's body, causing his aura to become even more tyrannical and terrifying. The surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature, causing Gao Hongjing's body to become ethereal, as if he was about to turn into a wisp of smoke and dissipate. It was unknown whether it was because the heavenly flame magma was too powerful for Gao Hongjing's body to bear, or because of other reasons, but there was still a layer of flame burning around his body. The flame was bright red, and its color was bright and dazzling. These flames spread to the scarlet dragon heaven's splitting spear, making Gao Hongjing look like a war god bathed in flames, insufferably arrogant. This kind of vision left everyone shocked and unable to forget for the rest of their lives. But in fact, this was because Gao Hongjing was unable to fully control the power of the low-rank Saint-grade remnant cloud flame prison art. If he could, all of his strength would be contained within his body and would not be so overwhelming. Although this kind of momentum was very intimidating, it was mostly superficial. Even so, at this moment, Gao Hongjing's aura was incomparably terrifying and his strength tyrannical. Directly facing Gao Hongjing, Chunzong felt the terrifying aura constantly fluctuating from his opponent's body. This kind of aura was simply too astonishing. If not for the purple cloud black star flame, it would have been difficult to resist this kind of heat. Below the arena, everyone had already retreated far away. The temperature was too high, as if they were in the crater of a volcano. Their entire bodies felt like they were about to be roasted. Their mouths were dry, and even their blood was about to be ignited. Su Ling was even more excited. This time, Chunzong was going to be finished, right? You forced me to use the fragmentary cloud inferno art. You well done. Gao Hongjing's voice was low and deep, but it contained the explosiveness of fire and the majesty of mountains. It was as if the magma of a volcano had erupted and turned into a torrent rushing through the mountains. Chunzong looked dignified, but there was also an indescribable excitement in his heart. That was his desire to fight. He would be able to experience the might of a saint-tier cultivation technique for himself. Even if Chun Zong lost this battle, he would not regret it. Of course, if he could win, Chun Zong would fight for it. With a boom, Gao Hongjing's great spear trembled as it pierced through the air once more. This spear thrust was very slow as it slowly moved forward. However, it contained an incomparably majestic aura as it directly sealed off the space within 100 meters around Chun Zong. Chun Zong only felt a terrible pressure pressing down on him from all directions, as if it wanted to crush his body into powder. An astonishing hot aura mixed with the terrible pressure. Not only would he be crushed into powder, but it would also burn his soul. If he was not strong enough, Ning Tianming would not be able to withstand such pressure at all. At most, he would only be able to hold on for a few breaths. Chun Zong also felt very uncomfortable. The difference in cultivation was too great. Whether it was in body refining or chi refining, Chun Zong had not yet reached the limit of the Dragon Force realm or the Transcendent realm. On the other hand, Gao Hongjing had already reached the limit, and his spirit energy had been tempered to the extreme. He even cultivated a saint-grade low-rank secret art. Under normal circumstances, Chun Zong would not be able to fight against him, even if he had reached the grand accomplishment stage of sword manipulation with heart. But this did not mean that Chun Zong did not have the ability to resist. With a breath, a scorching aura poured into Chun Zong's body, wantonly spreading, as if it wanted to burn his internal organs to ashes. But not only did it not succeed, but it also gave Chun Zong a stronger fighting spirit. His fighting spirit soared to the sky. The dragon force rushed between his bones and muscles, and the dragon roars became louder and louder. The 8 spirit wheels rotated at full strength, and the extremely pure spirit energy surged endlessly. In an instant, with Chun Zong's body as the carrier, the 2 different systems of power collided again. There was no conflict, no chaos, and it condensed into a new and much more powerful force. This force was completely under Chun Zong's control. This was the heart-calming sword technique. As soon as the power of the heart-calming sword appeared, Chun Zong's mind became tranquil, unaffected by the outside world. In an instant, Chun Zong broke free from the burning pressure around his body, like a fish breaking free from ice and diving back into water. His figure flickered, and his feet moved, completely unaffected by the power of Gao Hongjing's spear, directly avoiding, crossing, and approaching. A sword pierced through the air. Heart-calming sword. Gao Hongjing was shocked. Fu Yinxiao and Bai Xia were also shocked, and the inner sect disciples who came to watch the battle were also shocked. It stood to reason that Gao Hongjing, who had activated the saint-grade low-rank remnant cloud flame prison art, should have been able to defeat Chun Zong like a hot knife through butter. But now it seemed that Chun Zong was not affected in the slightest. He was able to dodge and even approach Gao Hongjing to counterattack. In that instant, Chun Zong broke free from Gao Hongjing's tyrannical spear, and his movement and speed were shocking. The outer sect grand competition's elder was startled at first. Then his eyes emitted a strong light that pierced through the sky and landed on Chun Zong, as if he wanted to see through Chun Zong. He realized that he could not see through Chun Zong. Previously, when Chun Zong attacked, he could see through everything, but now, he could not see through Chun Zong. He could not understand what kind of power Chun Zong used. The high and mighty illusory cloud Taoist master was also startled, but soon after, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he focused on Chun Zong. The sword light pierced through the air, slicing through everything, and a shocking pressure slashed towards Gao Hongjing. It actually made Gao Hongjing feel threatened, which was unbelievable. Grabbing and lifting with both arms, Gao Hongjing's wrists rotated and crushed, displaying different kinds of power in an instant. The Crimson Dragon Sky splitting spear also trembled at that moment, and was abruptly lifted up, and with a rotating force, it was thrown towards Chun Zong. If this sword was aimed at Gao Hongjing, Chun Zong would also be hit by the spear. Gao Hongjing was ruthless to his enemies and ruthless to himself. Of course, He was confident that he could withstand Chunzong's sword, but he also believed that Chunzong would not be able to withstand his spear. With a turn of his body, the sword that was aimed at Gao Hongjing was suddenly retracted, and along with the rotation of his body, he charged towards the incoming spear. An extremely terrifying power passed through the vibrations of the sword, as if it wanted to crush Chunzong's body into pieces, but under Chunzong's tyrannical strength and physique, it was resisted. The power of Chunzong's sword also instantly passed through the spear and rushed towards Gao Hongjing, causing Gao Hongjing's expression to change. He quickly shook the spear and tried to dissipate the power of the sword as much as possible. In this confrontation, Chunzong experienced Gao Hongjing's tyrannical strength. It was really terrifying, much more tyrannical than a top demon emperor, but fortunately, he still had not reached the half-step saint realm. If he had the strength of a half-step saint, with Chunzong's current strength, he would not have been able to contend against him, unless he used the Crimson Flame Sharp Sword. However, as a last resort, Chunzong did not want to use the Crimson Flame Sharp Sword. Gao Hongjing also felt Chunzong's strength at this moment, and his face could not help but sink. If he did not use the Fragmentary Cloud Inferno technique, he really would not have been able to defeat his opponent. The Fragmentary Cloud Inferno technique was a low-grade saint-level technique, and Gao Hongjing had also cultivated it to a certain level. Its power was very terrifying. In terms of absolute strength, Chunzong could feel the disparity. However, Gao Hongjing's control of the power of the Fragmentary Cloud Inferno technique was not enough, causing the application of its power to be not so smooth. On the other hand, Chunzong had absolute control of his own power, and coupled with Chunzong's superb swordsmanship, the battle between the two was incomparably fierce. Under the terrifying attack, cracks spread all over the arena, almost tearing it to pieces. However, the arena itself had a powerful repairing power, and in a short time, it was completely restored to its original state, and no damage could be seen. However, the speed of the damage was equal to the speed of the repair, and the scene was even more shocking. With a loud bang, Gao Hongjing's spear chopped down like a giant axe. Its might was terrifying to the extreme, capable of destroying mountains and destroying peaks. It directly split the martial ring into two halves. That huge crack was a ghastly sight, and a terrifying chi force rushed out of the martial ring, almost affecting some of the disciples. The huge and shocking crack was quickly healed under the repairing power of the arena itself, and in the blink of an eye, it completely disappeared. Chunzong's figure jumped around the arena, and he rushed around Gao Hongjing to attack. Under the superb technique of the tranquil sword, the body refining dragon force and chi refining spirit power merged into one, and it flowed through every part of Chunzong's body. It not only covered his internal organs, but also filled between his bones and muscles. With the combination of the internal and external, Chunzong had an astonishing explosive power and terrifying speed, and also extraordinary flexibility and versatility. Advancing and retreating freely, fast and slow, everything was under his control. The power of Gao Hongjing's spear was extremely terrifying, and an ordinary spear had the amazing power of a spiritual level martial art. If he was hit, coupled with the power of the Crimson Dragon Sky splitting spear, Chunzong knew that it would be difficult for him to resist. Dodging, 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 and every time he dodged, the crowd's heart would be lifted. It was extremely dangerous, and they felt that Chunzong was about to be hit, but he dodged at the critical moment. Path of Cloud Refining. Great Sun, Crimson Dragon. Gao Hongjing suddenly jumped, and his figure went straight to the sky for 1,000 meters. Looking down from above, the burning flames around his body became more and more intense, and the spear swept in all directions, as if it had turned into a scorching sun, blooming rays of light and monstrous heat. The extremely resounding dragon roar resounded through the world. Immediately, the scorching sun exploded, as if it had turned into a red dragon, and its whole body was burning with terrible flames, and it shot down from the sky. The red dragon was 100 meters long, and its body was thick and strong. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, and it was earth-shattering. The terrible pressure suppressed the entire arena, and Chunzong could not dodge. Unless he could leave the arena, otherwise, no matter how he dodged, he would have to face the terrible power of this spear. Chapter 1185. The 100-meter-long red dragon emitted a red light as bright as the grand sun. It was so hot that it seemed as if the grand sun was going to burn and evaporate everything in the arena. The terrifying red dragon directly locked onto Chunzong and bombarded him. One blow was enough to destroy the world. Chunzong looked up. His body and spirit were under great pressure. This pressure seemed to crush Chunzong's essence, qi, and spirit. Chunzong's strong body and tenacious willpower allowed him to resist this terrible pressure. His eyes turned in an instant, as if there were clouds rising and spreading rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of clouds. The sea of clouds fluctuated endlessly, as if it was filled with the endless mysteries of heaven and earth. The heart existed in the clouds, whether it was intentional or not. Following the most mysterious and ancient guidance in the depths of his heart, Chunzong raised his sword slightly. The tip of the sword seemed to be pointing upward, but it was not so straight. It was slightly slanted. This sword was suddenly filled with an indescribable mystery, causing Gao Hongjing, who was thousands of meters in the air, to unconsciously tighten his body. There was a faintly discernible sense of crisis that emerged from the depths of his heart, and even the great sun red dragon's spear could not dispel it. After that, Chunzong's sword-wielding arms shook abruptly, and a peerlessly formidable force erupted. The dark light sword stabbed diagonally without making a single sound, and the sword light was completely restrained. It seemed as if it was following some sort of profundity of the heavens and the earth as it stabbed out. It was impossible to imagine or guess where this sword would stab. It was as if there was no place in heaven and earth that could be avoided. It was even more impossible to imagine how much power this sword contained. It seemed so weak that it could not pierce through thin paper, but it also seemed so strong that it could shatter the sky. Heartless sword. The sword came out heartless, and the sword returned without intention. The highly condensed and compressed sword light pierced the sky and stabbed the red dragon, falling from the sky. It directly penetrated the red dragon's open mouth and came out of the dragon's tail. However, after piercing the red dragon, the power of the heartless sword was also exhausted. But the penetrated red dragon also lost a lot of its power. It only had the shape, but not the power. The terror that could suppress the sky and crush the earth was also gone. It could not pose any threat to Chunzong. Tranquilizing sword. He waved the sword again. The sword light condensed into a silk thread and twisted. It directly tore the void, and the sword shot out at an amazing speed. The Crimson Sky Dragon's body was split in two from head to tail. The sword light twisted and shot toward Gao Hongjing, who was 1,000 meters in the sky. Gao Hongjing was shocked. He shook his great spear and suddenly chopped down. It was like a giant axe that could split heaven and earth. The extremely terrifying power immediately shattered the tranquil sword. The power... At the same time, Gao Hongjing swung his long spear. It was like a heavenly dragon swinging its tail, bursting forth with an extremely terrifying force. It rushed into the air, pushing his body down at an astonishing speed. The great spear pierced downwards like a falling meteor. Tranquilizing sword. The filament-like sword light went against the flow. Heartless sword. The white sea of clouds reappeared in his eyes. Heartless, unintentional, and without thinking, he only followed the instinctive feeling of heaven and earth deep in his soul. The heartless sword could be very weak or very strong. It was closely related to the user. In Chunzong's body, it was very strong. It followed the mystery of heaven and earth and attacked the weakest part of the opponent's attack. It vividly interpreted the mystery of the weak attacking the strong. In the next breath, Chunzong exerted strength in his legs. The tyrannical and violent power bombarded the arena like a volcanic eruption. The whole arena trembled in an instant. The place under Chunzong's feet exploded in an instant. A terrible power bombarded the arena. The arena seemed to be collapsing. Chunzong's body shot into the sky like an upside-down comet. The profound light sword trembled. Under the new power, it was sharp to the extreme. It cut through the sky and followed behind the tranquilizing sword and heartless sword to attack Gao Hongjing. In 1/10 of an instant, Gao Hongjing's spear and Chunzong's sword met. Spear and sword collided in an instant. The world suddenly became silent. The light suddenly became black and white. The strong light suddenly appeared and engulfed everything. Chunzong and Gao Hongjing's bodies disappeared in an instant. Only the elders in charge of the Outer Sect tournament and the high and mighty illusory Cloud Dowlord could see clearly. As for the Inner Sect disciples, they could only vaguely see two blurry figures in the strong black and white light. One of the two blurry figures was black and the other white. After the silence, an indescribably sharp sound rang out. The sound seemed to come from outside, but it also seemed to explode in everyone's hearts. It was terrifying beyond compare. Baisie's expression changed slightly. Fu Yanxiao narrowed his eyes. However, he found that it was difficult to see the situation in the strong black and white light. It was very blurry like an illusion. Fu Yanxiao had no choice but to take such a terrifying strength seriously. After 3 breaths, the strong black and white light dissipated. An extremely terrifying roar resounded through the world. Above the void, the two figures constantly collided. Although they couldn't fly, they could still hover in the air for a short period of time. Gao Hongjing attacked with his spear. Chunzong attacked with his sword. An extremely fierce battle unfolded hundreds of meters in the air. Every sword and spear move affected the hearts of the audience, causing them to rise and fall with nervousness. The energy was like raging waves, exploding and filling the surroundings. Countless holes were pierced in the arena, but they healed in an instant. If it was an ordinary piece of land, it was unknown how broken it would be. The more they fought, the more shocked Gao Hongjing was. This Chunzong's tenacity was too shocking. His absolute strength was obviously inferior to his, but he could fight fiercely with him until now. Moreover, he seemed to be improving little by little. What kind of opponent was the most terrifying? In the past, Gao Hongjing couldn't tell the truth. However, he now felt that an opponent like Chunzong was the most terrifying. His cultivation was obviously not that high, but he didn't know why he had such terrifying strength. Moreover, his swordsmanship was incomparably brilliant and unfathomable. So much so that the stronger he met, the stronger he became. In a high-pressure battle, he could actually continuously learn and improve himself. This kind of ability was enough to make one feel despair. Gao Hongjing was even a little jealous. Jealous? How could this kind of emotion be born in his heart? If he was jealous, it would be others who were jealous of him. It had always been like this. Even if Fu Yanxiao had defeated him before, he had never felt the slightest bit of jealousy. This was because Gao Hongjing was confident that he could catch up and even surpass Fu Yanxiao. When have I, Gao Hongjing, ever been jealous of others? Why should I be jealous of others? I am the most outstanding, I am the strongest. Suddenly, Gao Hongjing's heart roared like thunder, shattering all distracting thoughts. His conviction was pure, and his strength was like a dragon. The power of each spear became more and more violent, suddenly increasing the pressure on Chunzong. However, Chunzong's tenacity was incomparably amazing. He had been through countless difficulties and obstacles since he was young, but he had never been defeated. It was impossible for him to be defeated by the pressure of a powerful opponent. The pure conviction and willpower and the incomparably powerful and extraordinary liquefied soul all gave Chunzong an even more amazing willpower. The pressure was strong, but his heart was unmoved. With his superhuman tenacity and willpower, Chunzong resisted the pressure brought by Gao Hongjing. He attacked with his sword, weakened the power of Gao Hongjing's spear, and counterattack. Even though he was slightly at a disadvantage, Chunzong was still able to resist, and he continued to integrate his martial arts. In terms of martial arts accumulation, Chunzong was better than Gao Hongjing. Although Chunzong did not come into contact with many martial arts in the Lingwu Holy World, he had practiced a lot in the Kanglan world. Although it was not as good as the Lingwu Holy World, it was also because of the difference in the world. If it was only in terms of the changes and mysteries, there would not be much of a difference. After all, the difference in power was the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, with a lot of accumulation, at this moment, good luck came to him. His extraordinary comprehension and understanding of the Heartsword Sutra were further pushed forward. Martial integration. The countless mysteries accumulated in the past slowly integrated into the sword at this moment, producing some kind of indescribable transformation. Scarlet Dragon War Body. Gao Hongjing roared. Like a landslide, a sea of thunder surged in all directions. A terrible strength suddenly rushed out of his body, tearing and destroying everything. Immediately, the scarlet strength attached to his upper body and condensed into thumbnail-sized scales, causing Gao Hongjing's upper body to undergo an amazing change, like a human dragon. 7th grade secret method, Scarlet Dragon War Body. This was not a 7th grade secret method of White Cloud Mountain, but Gao Hongjing obtained it by chance outside. Although it was only at the beginner level, it had a terrible power. As soon as the Scarlet Dragon War Body was displayed, Gao Hongjing's strength also improved in an instant. He was only a little bit away from the half-saint level. Strong, extremely strong. If he cultivated the Scarlet Dragon War Body to the advanced level, perhaps he could really have the battle strength of a half-saint. However, Gao Hongjing was confident that even with the beginner level of the Scarlet Dragon War Body, it was enough to defeat Chunzong. A strong sense of danger spread all over his body. Chunzong knew that this power had exceeded his limit at this time. Then let's explode. There seemed to be an intense roar that resounded through the heavens and earth. Purple flames spewed out in an instant, covering Chunzong's entire body. Bits of black starlight flashed and circled around his body, making him look even more mysterious and unfathomable. Purple Cloud Black Star Flame. This was the first time Chunzong had used the power of the Purple Cloud Black Star Flame since the beginning of the battle. The Purple Cloud Black Star Flame had reached the 9th grade. Its power was extremely strong, even stronger than many 9th grade extraordinary powers. This was because the Purple Cloud Black Star Flame was formed by the fusion of 2 types of Earth-unique flames. It was blazing, domineering, and contained a trace of mystery. The power of the 7th grade flame was more compatible with the Purple Cloud Black Star Flame. The power that burst out was also more powerful, causing Chunzong's attack power to increase again. Sacred Heart Sword. As the sword slashed down, a brilliant light of heaven's might was born, fluctuated, and condensed in the sky. It then turned into an extremely majestic sword light, mighty and clear, and shot down in an instant. Boom! The Sacred Heart sword blasted toward Chunzong with a shocking amount of heaven's might. This sword contained all of Chunzong's strength, as well as heaven's might. Even though it was only a little of heaven's might, it made the sword more powerful. What sword technique is this? Why does it contain heaven's might? Chapter 1186. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk like the wrath of the heavens. The majestic judgment. The majestic sword light was insufferably arrogant as it mightily blasted towards Gao Hongjing. This sword strike caused Gao Hongjing's complexion to change greatly. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the most tyrannical power of the Scarlet Dragon battle body also poured into the Scarlet Dragon sky, devastating spear in an instant. Raging flames burned the world and burned the void. Following Gao Hongjing's final roar, it exploded out. Sky-shattering spear. The spear was like a red heavenly dragon, shaking the heavens and earth, as if it wanted to blast a hole in the sky. This was the collision of their strongest blows. An extremely tyrannical power burst forth from the collision, sweeping out like void waves, destroying all tangible and intangible matter. The vacuum of 1,000 meters was like an invisible sphere that stretched across the sky, and the terrifying light and heat were like the eruption of the sun with a myriad of prowess. Such power seemed to shatter the heavens and earth. Everyone around the arena was dumbfounded, whether it was their thoughts or their thoughts. All of them fell into a state of shock. Could a transcendent strength really be so tyrannical? It was impossible to imagine that this kind of power was at the half-saint level. Some of the disciples were truly shocked and secretly speculated. Amidst the endless light and heat, a terrifying wave of energy swept out like a raging tide. Amidst the endless light, a figure rushed up into the sky while another figure rapidly fell down. With a loud boom, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Countless cracks appeared in the center of the arena and spread out rapidly with lightning speed. A figure's feet were embedded in the cracks and were stuck in the arena, as if they had grown out of the arena and were connected as one. This figure was Chunzong, both of his legs embedded in the arena from the calf down. Gao Hongjing's entire body was sent flying by the terrifying impact of this attack, and the scarlet flames covering his body instantly collapsed and disappeared. The tyrannical power brought about by the saint-grade, low-grade cultivation technique of the fragmentary cloud inferno technique also disappeared in an instant. The remnant cloud flame art's power was very strong, so strong that Gao Hongjing could bear it, but was unable to fully grasp it. Urging it again and again, colliding with it again and again, he finally completely lost control of it. Once he lost control, he was unable to control his strength and instantly disappeared, causing Gao Hongjing's body to suffer serious injuries. The crimson dragon scales covering his upper body also disappeared. For a time, Gao Hongjing simply couldn't control his body that was rushing up, and it was also difficult to stop his body that was rapidly falling after reaching the peak. He could only hold the crimson dragon sky, splitting spear tightly, and continuously mobilize the power in his body to heal his injuries, and control his body as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he fell from this height and hit the ground, even with his own body, he would inevitably suffer a second injury. Even though he had the power of White Cloud Floating Island, and, as long as he didn't die, all his powers would quickly recover in a short period of time, the feeling of being injured was not pleasant. He wanted to avoid it as much as possible. At the same time, Chunzong calmed down his qi and blood, which were surging like huge waves. His strength exploded once again, and with a loud bang, the arena shook violently. Chunzong's legs were forcefully pulled out of the arena, and the arena once again recovered to its original state. Stomping his feet, Chunzong's tyrannical power exploded once again. Amidst the rumbling sound, Chunzong shot out like a giant crossbow and slashed his sword at the falling Gao Hongjing. Gao Hongjing had just adjusted and was regathering his strength when he faced Chunzong's sword. He immediately waved the crimson dragon sky, splitting spear to resist, but Gao Hongjing, who had just recovered, could only release a limited amount of power in a hurry. This sword directly swung the big spear away, and then the sword light exploded, bursting out like a silver star. Gao Hongjing only felt that his body seemed to be penetrated by thousands of sword lights. The tearing and crushing pain made Gao Hongjing tremble all over, and even the crimson dragon sky splitting spear in his hand was somewhat difficult to hold. His body was uncontrollably rushed to the distance and fell again. This time, he fell directly out of the arena, and there was no way to recover. Fall! Chunzong and Gao Hongjing's bodies fell together, but Chunzong fell on the arena, and Gao Hongjing fell outside the arena. The height of the arena was 1 meter, but this 1 meter height allowed Chunzong to look down from above, and Gao Hongjing had to raise his head slightly to meet Chunzong's eyes. Chunzong's eyes were indifferent, and there was no excitement or joy of victory, nor was there excitement after a fierce battle. It was calm, like the calm of the river and the sea, like the depth of the stars and the moon returning to the night. On the contrary, Gao Hongjing's eyes were full of anger and unwillingness. He was unwilling to admit defeat when he had the power to surpass his opponent, and he was angry when he was defeated by someone whose cultivation was not as good as his. The surroundings were silent because Gao Hongjing was defeated. It was simply impossible. Everyone recognized that Gao Hongjing was in the top 3 of this year's cloud ranking. After all, Gao Hongjing's strength had been improving over the past 5 years, not to mention that he had cultivated the powerful Saint grade lower rank cultivation method, the fragmentary cloud flame prison technique. The power he displayed after using it was truly terrifying. However, no one expected that Gao Hongjing would be defeated by Chun Zong, not even Fu Yun Xiao and the other Saint grade intersect disciples. He was defeated by a new disciple whose cultivation was not even at the peak of the transcendent realm. However, the truth was right in front of them. It was not an illusion, and it could not be reversed. Whether it was due to strength or luck, Chun Zong had defeated Gao Hongjing. At this point, Chun Zong still maintained his winning streak, while Gao Hongjing had no choice but to suffer a defeat after his winning streak. In other words, at least the first place of this year's cloud ranking had nothing to do with Gao Hongjing. Immediately, the crowd thought of an even more shocking possibility. Didn't Chun Zong have the ability to compete for the first place of this year's cloud ranking? At the thought of this, the crowd's heart suddenly surged like a huge wave. A slight cracking sound was heard, and everyone was stunned. The profound light sword in Chun Zong's hand trembled slightly, and countless cracks appeared on the sword. In the next moment, the sword shattered inch by inch and turned into powder. In just a short moment, even the sword hilt in Chun Zong's hand was completely shattered, turning into powder. The profound light sword was a grade 3 spirit artifact, but the power of the fusion of Chun Zong's qi, refining spirit energy, and body, refining dragon force, was too tyrannical. With the power of the heart sword, white cloud force, flame force, and purple cloud black star flame, it had already exceeded the limit of the profound light sword. Previously, the profound light sword seemed to be intact with the protection of the power, but now that the power was withdrawn, the profound light sword could no longer maintain its shape and directly shattered. Chun Zong's gaze fell on the flying powder. He was first stunned, then regretful. This sword had been with him for a long time. Unfortunately, as his strength increased, this low-grade spirit artifact could no longer keep up with him. It was not that the power it contained could not keep up with his progress, but that the power it could withstand could not keep up. It was time to change to another sword. However, he was in the middle of the Outer Sect tournament. Where could he change to another sword? Could it be that he would have to use the Scarlet Flame Edge Sword if he encountered a strong opponent? The Scarlet Flame Edge Sword was a half-sage artifact. This was the Lingwu Holy World, and the power of a half-sage artifact would not be limited. With his heart, Sword Dao realm, he could completely unleash the power of the Scarlet Flame Edge Sword. That was the power of a half-sage. If he had used the Scarlet Flame Edge Sword in his battle with Gao Hongjing, perhaps he could have defeated Gao Hongjing in one strike. However, if he had done that, he would have lost the meaning of training himself and would not have gained anything. All right, the high and mighty illusory Cloud Dao Master exhaled after a long while and secretly nodded. Back then, he valued Chun Zong's talent and also cherished a bit of talent. Thus, he introduced Chun Zong as a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. He did not expect that he would be a hidden dragon, and today, the hidden dragon had risen. Seeing Chun Zong, Su Ling's body trembled uncontrollably. An indescribable fear surged from the depths of his heart and filled his entire body. His face was filled with fear, and he lowered his head, not daring to look at Chun Zong for fear of attracting Chun Zong's attention. There was no other way. Even senior brother Gao Hongjing was defeated, let alone him. At this moment, Su Ling wished he could shrink himself into a small dot and hide completely. However, Chun Zong's gaze swept past and did not stop at Su Ling for even a breath. To Chun Zong, Su Ling was nothing, and there was no real grudge between them, so he directly ignored him. Chun Shitty, congratulations. Yun Yinshin exchanged glances with Chun Zong and congratulated him with a smile. Of course, she congratulated Chun Zong for defeating Gao Hongjing, and also congratulated Chun Zong for being expected to be in the top 3 of this year's Cloud list. The top 10 were qualified to compete for the opportunity to enter the Sage Realm. The top 3 were very likely to be qualified to enter the Sage Realm, and they could also choose Saint-level cultivation methods or martial arts techniques to practice. She believed that with Chun Zong's talent, if he could get a Saint-level cultivation method or martial arts technique to practice for a period of time, he would only become more powerful. Yun Yinshin was naturally happy for Chun Zong. Thank you, senior sister. Chun Zong smiled. Junior brother, your sword is broken. What about the next battle? Yun Yinshin changed the topic. If the opponent's strength is too strong. Chun Zong didn't say it clearly, but the clever Yun Yinshin had some guesses. Junior brother, this sword is too heavy. It's useless to me. Why don't I give it to you? Yun Yinshin flipped her white hand, and a pitch-black long sword appeared in her hand. The scabbard of the sword was pitch-black. It looked simple and unadorned, but it had the charm of a great chi. It was very extraordinary. Chun Zong took the sword. He felt that the sword was extremely heavy, and it was about to fall down. Fortunately, Chun Zong's physical strength was very strong, so he could hold it. He grasped the hilt with his right hand and pulled it slightly. A vigorous and sharp sound was heard, and the pitch-black sword was ejected. It was the same length and width as the normal Jian Wui, but the sword guard was a dark golden dragon head. The dragon opened its mouth and spat out the pitch-black sword. The hilt was covered with dark golden dragon scales, as if it was the body of a dragon, and the head of the sword was the tail of a dragon. Chun Zong held the scale-covered hilt with his right hand. He felt very comfortable. No matter how hard he tried, his strength wouldn't be affected at all. Good sword. Chun Zong slightly probed, and knew that this sword was a 9th-class spiritual weapon. A 9th-class spiritual weapon. Chun Zong was stunned and shocked. It should be known that in the entire outer sect, only the top 10 of the last heavenly roll had a 9th-class spiritual weapon. There might be some, but there were only a few. It was obvious that a 9th-class spiritual weapon was precious. Chapter 1187. Many people fixed their eyes on Chun Zong and Yun Yinshin, and some fixed their eyes on the dark golden sword in Chun Zong's hand. Their eyes were cold. Junior brother, this sword is called the Heavy Dragon Sword. It weighs 98,000 jin, just right for you, Yun Yinshin said with a smile. It looked like a sword of normal length and width, but it actually weighed 98,000 jin. Naturally, it was extremely amazing. He didn't know what material was used to forge it, but Chun Zong could feel its amazing weight, as well as the terrifying power and sharpness it contained. Good sword. With this sword in hand, my strength will increase by a few notches. Senior sister, please lend me this heavy dragon sword. I will return it to senior sister after the set competition. Chun Zong stared at Yun Yinshin with a solemn expression and said solemnly, if it was only a 5th grade or 6th grade spirit artifact, Chun Zong wouldn't hesitate to accept it, but this was a very valuable 9th grade spirit artifact. From Chun Zong's eyes and tone, Yun Yinshin could feel his determination. After a little hesitation, she nodded. In fact, she really wanted to give this sword to Chun Zong. After all, for her, although this sword was good, it wasn't suitable. A sword cultivator should use a suitable sword. The sword cultivator chose the sword, and the sword cultivator chose the sword cultivator. Those who walked the hard and powerful path were not suitable to wield a thin sword, and those who walked the tricky path were not suitable to wield a heavy sword. The principle was the same. The heavy dragon sword weighed 98,000 jin. This weight was nothing to a late-stage transcendent realm cultivator. If they circulated their spirit chi, they could easily pick it up even if it was twice as heavy, but that would inevitably increase the consumption of their spirit chi. But a heavy sword was a heavy sword. This was something that couldn't be changed. Yun Yinshin focused on chi cultivation, not body tempering, so a heavy sword was indeed not suitable for her. On the other hand, Chun Zong's body tempering was tyrannical, so he didn't need to use his spirit chi to play with a heavy sword. Naturally, 98,000 Jin was nothing in his hands. When the onlookers heard the conversation between Chun Zong and Yun Xin, they were all stunned. A heavy sword of 98,000 Jin. What kind of weight was this? When such a powerful force was swung, the explosive power would be even more terrifying. It was simply violent. Seeing Chun Zong casually holding the heavy dragon sword with his left hand and hanging it on his waist, many disciples couldn't help but tremble. They imagined the scene of fighting against Chun Zong and being chopped by his heavy sword. It was too terrifying. The force generated by the 98,000 kilogram heavy sword was more than a few 100,000 kilograms, including Chun Zong's own strength. It would be even more terrifying. The battles in the arena continued, one after another, with both wins and losses. Yun Xin was up against Yu Shuiyuan. There was no doubt about Yu Shuiyuan's strength. He was very strong. Even when Yun Xin used his full strength, he was still defeated in the end. Until now, there were only a few people who were still undefeated. There were only 4 of them: Fu Yinxiao, Bai Xie, Ning Tianming, and Chun Zong. Fu Yinxiao and Bai Xie were in the top 3 of the previous cloud roll. Although Ning Tianming wasn't, he was still ranked 4th. Naturally, he was extraordinary. As for Chun Zong, he was a rising star and had even defeated Gao Hongjing. In the arena, Chun Zong was facing Ning Tianming, who had a solemn expression. Facing Chun Zong, Ning Tianming had a lot of pressure at his heart. Because the strength that Chun Zong had displayed in the previous battle with Gao Hongjing was too tyrannical, he didn't have much confidence. However, Ning Tianming wasn't an ordinary disciple. He had sufficient strength and a strong will. He wouldn't retreat without a fight. Fight! With a shake of his hands, a light shot out and a pair of truncheons appeared in his hands. The bronze truncheons were covered with patterns of flowers, birds, insects, and beasts. They looked very mysterious and had a unique charm. The truncheons were 9th grade spiritual weapons. Each truncheon weighed 5,000 kilograms. They were considered quite heavy weapons. Chinshiti, please. As soon as Ning Tianming's voice fell, his eyes suddenly emitted a terrifying light. He suddenly stomped his legs, and a terrifying force bombarded the ground through his feet. Layers of ripples spread out. Ning Tianming shot towards Chun Zong like a powerful, giant crossbow. With a shake of the truncheons, a simple and vigorous light emerged. It rolled up a shocking storm and raged towards Chun Zong in all directions. As soon as he made his move, the truncheons were as violent and overbearing as fierce tigers. They were powerful and heavy. The shocking pressure seemed to want to crush Chun Zong's body. Under the dance of Ning Tianming, the power of the 5,000 kilograms truncheons was extremely terrifying. It was enough to shatter a mountain. The strong wind blew and roared in all directions, making people tremble in fear. However, Chun Zong didn't have any intention of dodging. Instead, he stood in place and waited for Ning Tianming's truncheons to arrive. As the truncheons approached, a terrifying aura pressed down. It seemed to want to crush Chun Zong's body. He held the scabbard with his left hand and pressed his thumb on the dragon head sword guard. With a slight flick, the heavy dragon sword instantly shot out from the scabbard. His right hand grabbed the sword hilt and suddenly swung it forward. The heavy dragon sword, which weighed 98,000 kilograms, was unsheathed. Under Chun Zong's tyrannical strength, it burst out in extremely shocking force. The pitch-black sword cut through the air and left a pitch-black mark. It was as if a heavy brush was drawn with thick ink. Slash! This slash was powerful and heavy. This slash was extremely tough and powerful. This slash was violent and overbearing. This slash was unparalleled in power. This slash made Chun Zong feel even more satisfied. Because the sword was heavy enough, the power it released was even more tyrannical. Ning Tianming's expression suddenly changed. The might of that sword was even more terrifying than the might of his 2 truncheons. The astonishing sword pressure was as vigorous as a mountain, and it also had a terrifying sharpness. The sword slashed through the sky and attacked. It was too fast, and the pressure was too strong. Ning Tianming could only swing his truncheons to smash against the black sword body and meet force with force. An incomparably majestic aura roared. It was as if 10,000 beasts were roaring. The shock waves were shattering. Ning Tianming could only feel an extremely terrifying force bombarding him. That force was extremely violent and overbearing. It was even unreasonable to the extreme. It directly suppressed him. Ning Tianming was able to obtain the 4th place in the previous cloud roll. Other than his powerful strength, he also had an advantage, which was his strength. To be able to use the truncheons, which weighed 20,000 kilograms, as weapons, his physique was already extraordinary. The martial arts that he cultivated emphasized on strength. It was extremely tough and ferocious. Under the superposition, the power of each strike was extremely terrifying and could crush everything. Because of this, Ning Tianming defeated one opponent after another with the truncheons and finally obtained the 4th place in the previous cloud roll. After 5 years of cultivation, Ning Tianming's strength had improved tremendously. Even the truncheons had been upgraded from the original 2,500 kilograms to 10,000 kilograms, which was even more tyrannical. However, under the direct collision of such power, Ning Tianming was pushed back by the slash. On the other hand, Chunzong did not move at all. He took a step forward, and the heavy dragon's sword slashed down again. There was no need for any exquisite moves or techniques. The terrifying weight of 98,000 kilograms was slashed down directly. One slash could break a mountain. Chunzong's cultivation was at the later stage of Dragon Power Realm. His physique was shocking. The strength of one arm was hundreds of thousands of kilograms. Moreover, his control of his own strength was also at its peak. He could fully unleash every bit of his strength. As such, it was naturally not difficult for him to lift the heavy dragon sword. If he were to use spiritual power, he would have to increase the consumption of his spiritual power, which would be disadvantageous to him. The sword was a good one, but not everyone could use it. If the sword was in Ning Tianming's hands, he would not be able to unleash its power. That was because he did not have the terrifying strength of Chunzong. Slash! When the second slash landed, a shocking explosion occurred. It shook the heavens and the earth, and the air fluctuated. A vacuum was created under the slash of the sword. Ning Tianming quickly retreated and dodged. He did not dare to face Chunzong head-on. That kind of power was too terrifying. The third slash. Slash. One slash after another, it was endless. The heavy dragon sword, which weighed 98,000 kilograms, was incomparably powerful and violent. Every sword strike was vast and majestic, as if it had exhausted all of its strength. However, in Chunzong's hands, it did not seem to be strained at all. It seemed to be as light as a feather and was incomparably agile. There was no gap between each slash. It was as if there was no gap between each slash. Ning Tianming could only dodge continuously. He did not have the slightest chance to counterattack. Ning Tianming was waiting. He was waiting for the moment Chunzong was exhausted. That would be the moment for him to counterattack. He did not believe that Chunzong could keep swinging the 98,000 kilogram sword. After all, its weight was too shocking. Every slash of the sword made the audience feel that the air in the arena was shaking. It was very shocking. 10 slashes, 20 slashes, 30 slashes. Not only did Chunzong not show any signs of exhaustion, but he seemed to be even more spirited and powerful. His eyes were shining brightly, becoming more and more terrifying. For Chunzong, although the sword was heavy, it was not heavy to the point that he could not bear it. It was just nice. The weight of the sword allowed him to bring out his tyrannical power incisively and vividly. Every slash brought about a shocking storm, wreaking havoc in all directions. Ning Tianming felt very uncomfortable. The entire arena was filled with the wind created by Chunzong's heavy dragon sword. It was incomparably violent, strangling everything. Its power was too terrifying. Boom! 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 Ning Tianming had no choice but to wield the two maces to break the storm and gain enough space for himself to dodge. In the past, this kind of situation would only happen to his opponents. Now, he was experiencing it personally. There was no such thing as the most violent, only more violent. Shenzong seemed to have changed his fighting style from before. He was using his own powerful strength to sweep everything away. This scene made everyone's eyelids twitch. Even Gao Hongjing was the same. This kind of power was too shocking. A graze would cause injury, and a touch would cause death. After dodging continuously, Ning Tianming was shocked to find that he could not dodge anymore. He was forced into a corner by Shenzong. He could only take it head-on. Taking a deep breath, Ning Tianming unleashed all his power. The two maces bloomed with an extremely shocking light, like a volcano erupting. He lifted the maces high up and suddenly attacked, cutting off all means of retreat. Good! Shenzong laughed loudly. His aura was shocking, and the heavy dragon sword slashed out fearlessly. Boom! The two maces were immediately split apart. The extremely terrifying power was like a moving mountain. No matter what was in front of it, it would be directly crushed. Ning Tianming felt as if he had lost all feeling in his arms. His qi and blood were scattered. The terrifying force directly hit him, as if it was going to crush his body. It felt as if he had been hit by an ancient giant beast and almost fell apart. He couldn't stop himself from retreating and finally fell off the arena. There was nothing he could do, but a defeat was a defeat. Yun Yinxin's face was full of smiles from the bottom of his heart, like a blooming flower. Chapter 1188. On the 10,000-meter high arena, the fierce battle continued without end. The extremely terrifying energy waves were like stormy waves, mighty and overbearing, destroying everything in their path. Scarlet flames gushed out again and again, and the resounding roars of dragons sounded like heavenly dragons patrolling the sky. Suddenly, a clear cry resounded, resounding through heaven and earth. It was as if the night had fallen. In the darkness, a faint white brilliance rose up, illuminating all directions. It was a bright moon. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and its clear light illuminated the world. It illuminated heaven and earth, all living things, and also people's hearts. Refinement Cloud Path. Great Sun Scarlet Dragon. Gao Hongjing directly used his ultimate move. His spear pierced through the air, and a 100-meter-long scarlet heavenly dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws. Its entire body was burning with world-destroying flames, and it blasted towards the bright moon in the sky. The fragmentary cloud inferno technique had already been pushed to the extreme. The bright moon sank in the west, and in an instant, it changed from a clear coldness to a violent and sharp one. It was as if the moon was falling and the stars were sinking. It burst forth with a terrifying power that could destroy the earth, and it was even more profound and difficult to find its profundity. Heavenly Cloud Path. West Sinking Moon. Accompanied by the terrifying power of the moon was by Xie's clear and cold voice. This was a collision of ultimate moves. Gao Hongjing cultivated the low-grade saint-level fragmentary cloud inferno technique, and by Xie cultivated the low-grade saint-level thousand cloud illuminating moon technique. They each had their own merits. After the two of them tested each other, they used their true strength to fight, only hoping to defeat each other. In the previous cloud ranking, Bai Xie was defeated by Gao Hongjing's spear. In this cloud ranking, she wanted a counterattack. Boom! Mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. The extremely terrifying power poured out in all directions like a tsunami, wreaking havoc in all directions. The people outside the arena could only feel the extremely terrifying force bombarding them, and they hurriedly retreated to avoid it. This kind of power was not inferior to the battle between Gao Hongjing and Shenzong. The tremors subsided, and the dust and smoke dispersed. A huge crater was rapidly healing. The flames on Gao Hongjing's body dissipated, and the dragon scales of the Scarlet Dragon battle physique also disappeared. He retreated to the edge of the arena, and he could only feel a terrifying power constantly attacking his body. This power seemed to be like a trickle of water, as clear as moonlight, but it contained an extremely violent power that could destroy everything, causing Gao Hongjing to tremble uncontrollably. It was obvious that this person had cultivated a saint-grade lower-level cultivation technique to a higher level than his to be able to display such might. Otherwise, the fragmentary cloud flame prison and the thousand cloud moon illuminating art were both at the same level as the saint class low grade. Baisia wasn't feeling well either. The tyrannical power surged into her body, and the surging magma-like heat seemed to want to burn her body into ashes. It was a good thing that his thousand cloud moon illumination art was much stronger, and he was able to resist the terrifying heat, extinguishing it before dispersing it. If the power cultivated by the fragmentary cloud inferno technique was violent and blazing, then the power cultivated by the thousand cloud moon illuminating technique was calm and peaceful. Using the tyrannical finishing move of West Sinking Moon also contained a frightening destructive power. You've cultivated the thousand cloud moon illuminating art to the 4th level. Gao Hongjing asked with a bit of bewilderment as he stared at Baisia while resisting the power that was constantly wreaking havoc in his body. What replied Gao Hongjing was Baisia waving her hand, and a crescent moon pierced through the sky and directly bombarded Gao Hongjing's body, forcing him to retreat. Although he wasn't injured, he fell off the stage. Defeated, Gao Hongjing was incomparably depressed. First, he was defeated by Chunzong, and now he was defeated by Baisia. One must know that Baisia was his opponent in the last tournament. Gao Hongjing was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He had been defeated twice in a row. If he were to be defeated again, then he would have no fate with the top 3. Most importantly, he was the one who took the initiative to choose Baisia as his opponent. His goal was to regain his glory, but he didn't expect that things would go against his wishes. Fu Yunxiao. The person who obstructed him from obtaining the top 3 was Fu Yunxiao. Thinking up to here, Gao Hongjing's heart slightly sank. Fu Yunxiao's strength was very strong, and it had already been proven in the last tournament. After 5 years, Fu Yunxiao's strength would definitely have increased by quite a bit, and he wasn't sure if he could defeat him. The finals of the 4th stage went on one round after another. It had already reached the end, and the battles were getting more and more intense. Some of the formidable opponents that he had avoided previously had to be chosen at this very moment. Xia Minglang encountered Chunzong. Without a doubt, under Chunzong's heavy dragon sword, Xia Minglang simply didn't have the ability to resist. He was defeated in a few moves, and when he recalled the battle, his heart palpitated. The 98,000 gene heavy dragon sword was truly too terrifying. It was terrifying to the extreme, and it made one's hair stand on end. However, Xia Mingling's strength was actually quite good, and it shouldn't be too much of a problem for him to obtain the top 20 of this year's cloud ranking. Yun Yinxin won more than he lost, and according to the current situation, it was also possible for him to enter the top 10. This battle was between Chunzong and Baisia. The atmosphere was immediately ignited, and the entire arena seemed to be about to explode, causing everyone's heart to beat wildly. Chunzong had defeated Gao Hongjing, and Baisia had also defeated Gao Hongjing. Both of them were undoubtedly very strong, but who was stronger? No one knew, and they could only find out in this battle. When Baisia's cold and serene eyes stared at Chunzong, a trace of seriousness flashed past. How was Chunzong's strength? He was very strong, even stronger than Gao Hongjing. At that time, he was wielding a grade 3 spirit sword, and now he was wielding a grade 9 spirit sword. There was an enormous difference in strength. Moreover, the weight of this grade 9 spirit sword was shocking, reaching an entire 98,000 gene, and it was extremely terrifying. Chunzong's body refinement cultivation was extremely brilliant, and the strength of his physique was extremely shocking. With such a heavy sword in his hand, he was like a tiger that had grown wings, and he was extremely terrifying. Even though Bai Xie had defeated Gao Hongjing, it was a narrow victory, and she didn't dare to underestimate Chen Zong in the slightest. Chen Zong naturally wouldn't underestimate Bai Xie as well. No matter if it was the third place of the last cloud ranking or the previous battle, it all proved that Bai Xie possessed a formidable and shocking strength. Chen Zong attached great importance to Bai Xie, and he wouldn't fear her in the slightest. Fight! Bai Xie's weapon was a pair of moon-white gloves that seemed as if they were weaved from moonlight, and when she wore them on her hands, they were like hazy moonlight and gurgling streams, and they possessed an extremely distant charm. They were grade 9 as well. Before the battle had even begun, a shocking aura had already soared up from Bai Xie's body. That aura was cold, distant, and lofty, as if a bright moon was hanging in the sky. Moonlight illuminated all living beings in the world, and when one bathed under the moonlight, a type of tranquility would arise in one's heart. It seemed to be calming one's mind, causing one to be unable to help but be immersed in this tranquility and peace and forget everything. Imperceptibly, it was capable of dissolving one's opponent's will to fight and subduing one's opponent without fighting. If Bai Xie was placed on the battlefield, it was sufficient to subdue one's side. After all, ordinary cultivators didn't have such a strong will to resist Bai Xie's imposing aura. However, to Chen Zong, this kind of imposing aura was nothing. It didn't affect him in the slightest. At most, it made Chen Zong feel good, and that was all. With a faint smile, Chen Zong's eyes emitted an extremely shocking radiance, and it landed on Bai Xie's body like a bolt of lightning. When Bai Xie's eyes came into contact with Chen Zong's eyes that were as cold as lightning, she immediately felt a trace of uneasiness from the depths of her heart. She didn't have time to think too much. Her subconscious that had been tempered by countless life and death situations erupted. She shifted her position, and a lifelike figure was left in her original position. A pitch-black sword light directly chopped that figure into pieces. That was an afterimage left behind by Xie's high-speed movement, and the pitch-black sword was the heavy dragon sword. In an instant, Chen Zong burst forth with an incomparably shocking speed and closed in on Bai Xie. He slashed out with an extremely terrifying sword and shattered the afterimage left behind by Bai Xie. Fight! Bai Xie gently raised her hand, and it was as if she was lifting a bright moon. The moonlight faintly bloomed, as if it was slowly rising from the water. It was tranquil, secluded, and magnificent. This move was like a painting that was slowly unfolding. It was so exquisite that everyone couldn't help but be attracted to it. Even if they had already seen it in the previous battle with Gao Hongjing, it was still so captivating, as if it was their first time seeing it. That kind of beauty and tranquility attracted even Chen Zong, who had an extremely tenacious will, in an instant. Beautiful. It was really very beautiful. It was like a bright moon rising from the water, and it contained an extraordinary concept. This was the starting move of Bai Xie's self-created bright moon art. Rise. Strike down. Chen Zong was immediately startled. It was as if his body was about to be torn apart by the astonishing sharpness. However, a trace of tranquility arose in his heart, and he seemed unwilling to move. This tranquil feeling only existed for 1,000th of an instant before it was shattered by Chen Zong. The heavy dragon sword suddenly rose, and an astonishing whistling sound swept out like a storm, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Boom! Chen Zong's heavy dragon sword, which weighed 98,000 kilograms, exploded with a force of several 100,000 kilograms. In addition to Chen Zong's tyrannical strength, it exceeded 1,000,000 kilograms. The extremely tyrannical sword immediately shattered the bright moon that was falling from the sky. After shattering the bright moon, the heavy dragon sword didn't pause for a moment. It suddenly slashed down, and a pitch-black crescent moon sword light, which seemed to be made of divine gold, tore through the sky and slashed out. Boom! A ravine was torn open in the arena by the astonishing sword pressure, and it spread towards Baisia like lightning. Baisia's expression was indifferent, but her eyes were serious. She raised her white hand and gently waved it, but it seemed as if she was pulling a mountain. Her tranquility was pervaded with vigor and sharpness. Her palm was like a knife, and she lightly slashed down. The moonlight, which was as sharp as a knife, broke through the air, and dozens of them exploded forward in an instant. The heavy dragon sword clearly weighed 98,000 kilograms, but in Chunzong's hand, it was as light and agile as a tree branch. The tip of the sword was like a fluttering butterfly, and it shattered the dozens of moonlight that were as sharp as a knife. The sword pierced straight towards Baisia. It was clearly just a sword, but it was as if a pillar of the heavens was being blasted forward by a giant. The astonishing sword pressure caused Baisia's expression to suddenly change. She finally experienced the feeling of Chunzong's previous opponents. Facing the heavy dragon sword, they felt powerless. The sword was too heavy, and the power that erupted from it after it was swung was extremely terrifying, especially in the hands of a powerful and brilliant body refiner like Chunzong. The power that erupted from it was even more astonishing. Baisia didn't dare to take it head-on. As the moonlight spread out, her figure shifted, and only a lifelike afterimage was shattered by the heavy dragon sword. The moment it shattered, the figure suddenly erupted with incomparably dazzling and clear moonlight that illuminated all directions and filled everyone's line of sight. Even with Fu Yunxiao's ability, he was clearly affected and was unable to see clearly. Chapter 1189. Heavenly Cloud Path. West Sinking Moon. A cold and melodious voice resounded through the sky, like ripples on water, like moonlight sprinkling down, leaving a deep imprint in one's heart. Immediately, a bright moon fell from the sky, as if the moon was going to destroy the stars, bursting forth with an extremely terrifying power. It fell from the sky, wanting to destroy mountains and rivers, and blasted towards Chunzong. This attack was the one that defeated Gao Hongjing. Of course, it wasn't completely so, because Baisia didn't use the 1,000-cloud moon illumination art, so there was a difference in power. Even so, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying, especially when there was an intense moonlight shining in all directions, submerging Chunzong. If it were other cultivators, they wouldn't be able to guard against it at all. But under Chunzong's tyrannical spiritual sense, everything was under Chunzong's control. Heart-calming sword. With a boom, the heavy dragon sword slashed out as if it had shattered the sky. The pitch-black sword light condensed and compressed at a high intensity, like a pitch-black silk tearing through the sky and rising upwards. Swish! The falling bright moon suddenly paused and was split in half. The sword light zigzagged and shot towards Baisia in the sky, causing her to feel a chill all over her body. That terrifying aura that was as powerful as a mountain and as sharp as a sword was pressing down, bringing an extremely strong impact to her body and mind. With a wave of her white hand, the sky suddenly shook, as if there was a muffled sound, surging in all directions like a raging tide. That small palm seemed to have collapsed a part of the sky, falling from the sky, causing Chunzong to feel darkness before his eyes. As if the darkness had descended, that wisp of heart-calming sword energy paused under this terrifying pressure. Soon after, a wisp of faint blue moonlight tore through the darkness and descended. The heart-calming sword's sword energy was shattered, and that wisp of moonlight became even more resplendent and dazzling, as if it was a blade forged from divine gold, emitting an astonishing sharpness. Break! A sound like muffled thunder resounded in all directions. Chunzong thrust his sword upwards, carrying an extremely terrifying power that shook heaven and earth. The pitch-black sword light pierced through the sky, exploding upwards. Chunzong's eyes were completely white. Without any intention, without thought. There was only a sword that followed the mysteries of heaven and earth, a sword that followed the instincts of his heart. Heartless sword. Under the heavy dragon sword, the power of the heartless sword became even stronger. The strength of a sword art was closely related to one's own strength. It was also closely related to one's application of strength and comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth. It was also closely related to the quality and strength of the sword. The power of a sword art was affected by too many factors. Only by combining all of them together could one create the strongest sword art. The moonlight, which was as sharp as a blade, sliced through the void like a thin piece of paper. Under the terrifying power of the heartless sword, it was instantly shattered without any resistance. The sword light was highly condensed, compressing and concentrating all the power to produce some kind of mysterious change. The sword seemed to have been tempered thousands of times and contained endless mysteries. The darkness was penetrated, and an extremely terrifying aftershock rippled out, instantly disintegrating the surrounding darkness and completely disappearing. After the darkness, Baisia's entire body was enveloped in moonlight. She emitted a faint and cold white halo. There seemed to be wisps of white clouds lingering around her body. It was as if she was a fairy in the immortal realm. She was so dazzling, so enchanting, and so peerless. Baisia's body was covered in moonlight. In an instant, Chunzong couldn't help but feel stunned and cheered for her. Most of the outer sect disciples around the arena were attracted. They couldn't help but stare with their eyes wide open. It was as if they wanted to imprint her into their hearts and never forget her. Previously, when Baisia and Gao Hongjing were fighting outside the arena, Chunzong had also seen Baisia like this. However, that was from a distance. Now it was right in front of his eyes, as if it was right in front of him. She was as peerless as a fairy descending to the mortal world. Her figure was like a wisp of moonlight descending. It was so light that it was breathtaking. It was serene and tranquil. It was as if she had completely relaxed and was lying on a soft and comfortable grassland while looking at the moon. She was intoxicated and unwilling to wake up. Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination Art. Baisia had already cultivated Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination Art to the 4th level. It was one level higher than Gao Hongjing. Its power was also more tyrannical. Moreover, it was more under Baisia's control. It wasn't as easy to lose control as Gao Hongjing. Urging the Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination Art also meant that Baisia was using her full strength. The 4th level of the Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination Art was indeed more powerful, but it also meant that Baisia had to bear a greater burden. She wouldn't be able to maintain it for long, otherwise she would be seriously injured by the power of the 4th level. In the end, a Saint-grade secret art was still a Saint-grade secret art. Even if it was only a low-rank secret art, it was still a secret art that could only be cultivated by a Saint Realm Master. In the end, it was too difficult for a Transcendent. Even a half-step Saint Realm Master wouldn't be able to truly master a Saint-grade secret art. Therefore, for powerful Transcendents like Gao Hongjing and Baisia, Saint-grade low-rank secret arts were more like secret arts than secret arts. They were powerful secret arts that could be superimposed with other secret arts. Chunzong was very clear about the power of Gao Hongjing's Remnant Cloud Flame Prison Art when it was cultivated to the 3rd level. So how powerful would the 4th level of the Saint-grade secret art, Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination Art be? Chunzong's heart became somewhat dignified. If he hadn't used the Scarlet Flame Flowing Edge Sword before, it would have been difficult for him to resist, let alone defeat Baisia. But now, with the 9th grade Spirit Sword, the Heavy Dragon Sword, in his hand, his strength had also increased correspondingly. In particular, the Heavy Dragon Sword's weight had reached an astonishing 98,000 kilograms, making it even more terrifying. With such a heavy sword in hand, Chunzong was even more confident. His faith was pure and unyielding. Even if there were thousands of external forces, it would remain unmoved. Even if his opponent was stronger, Chunzong wasn't afraid and dared to fight head-on. This was his faith in himself, and his faith in his own sword Dao. What was a sword Dao? With so many experiences, Chunzong was somewhat unclear and couldn't see through it. In the Tsanglan world, Chunzong thought that he had grasped the sword Dao and even created his own sword Dao. But after coming to the Lingwu Holy World, he understood that it was only a more brilliant application of sword techniques and couldn't be called the true sword Dao. In the Lingwu Holy World, Chunzong's cultivation path could only be considered to have just started. There was a lot of knowledge that he didn't know and didn't receive a complete inheritance. His concept of the sword Dao wasn't clear enough. But this lack of clarity didn't hinder Chunzong's faith. Especially during the trip to the Tsanglan world, the people around him sacrificed themselves for the greater good without hesitation like moths to a flame. What it brought to Chunzong was not only touched and moved, but also the firmness of his faith. For cultivators, firmness of faith was very important. Especially for sword cultivators, faith was even more important. Without faith, the sword was empty, and if faith wasn't pure, the sword wouldn't be stable. Kill. Slash. With a heavy dragon sword in hand, he slashed out explosively. Every slash was a heart-calming sword. Every slash erupted with an incomparably tyrannical power that destroyed everything. Bai Siye, who had activated the 4th level of the 1,000-cloud moon illumination art, had a cold expression. Her eyes were indifferent, as if she was a high and mighty moon goddess looking down on everything in the mortal world. Facing the threads of sword light that Chunzong slashed out, her expression didn't change at all. Her 10 fingers pulled and flicked. The void was like the strings of a zither, and her 10 fingers were like blooming lotuses. It was magnificent. Then the moonlight floated like water, and the cold moon jumped out of the water. Its edges were extremely sharp, and the void seemed to be unable to withstand being cut, leaving behind clear slashes. Those slashes made people tremble, as if their bodies were being cut apart. Heavenly Cloud Dao. Nanlingwe, Bai Siye, mainly cultivated the Heavenly Cloud Dao. The Heavenly Cloud Dao's concept was profound, and it complemented the 1,000-cloud moon illumination art. Bai Siye had already mastered the upper part of the Heavenly Cloud Dao, and had cultivated to the middle part of the Heavenly Cloud Dao. She had tempered herself in various ways, and finally created the Heavenly Cloud Dao's bright moon art. The Heavenly Cloud bright moon art sounded like a cultivation technique, but it wasn't. It was a martial art, an unfathomable and superb martial art that's suited Bai Siye. The West Sunken Moon was one of the moves, and so was the South Sunken Moon. There were also the North and East Sunken Moon arts, each with their own profoundness. The West Sunken Moon art's main force was filled with astonishing destructive power. The South Sunken Moon art's destructive power wasn't as strong as the West Sunken Moon art, but it had the sharpness of a sword that could cut through everything in the world. Chunzong only felt a chill run through his body, as if there was an invisible sword that wanted to tear his body apart. Chunzong slightly narrowed his eyes. He also felt as if his eyes were being cut apart, and traces of intense pain spread through his eyes. He closed his eyes, then opened them again. There was an astonishing light flowing through them, filling his eyes. The divine light was brilliant, and the might was awe-inspiring. It seemed as if lightning was appearing in the sky. The heavy dragon sword was swung, and the light filled the air, as if it had merged with the sky. Rumble. Thunder rolled and exploded, shaking the world. Endless light condensed, and the brilliant might of the heavens condensed. It was incomparably mighty, unparalleled, and extremely pure. It instantly bombarded down. The sword light was majestic, vast, and clear, as if it could turn everything into nothingness. The Heavenly Heart Sword. The sword carried the might of the heavens. The second sword was swung out, and the heart-calming sword chi snaked through the air, as if it was attacking from above and below. Soon after, Chunzong suddenly sucked in a breath. His astonishing physique was like a whale sucking in water, and the vitality of his lungs was astonishing to the extreme. Immediately, the wind and clouds in the surroundings swept over like 100 rivers flowing into the sea and poured into Chunzong's body. A vast white aura spread out, turning into a churning sea of clouds. It fluctuated endlessly, filling his eyes with endless profoundness. The sword was raised at an angle. An indescribable profoundness spread out in the surroundings. Swish! The moment the sound was heard, the pitch-black sword had already pierced through the sky, turning into an extremely black sword light that pierced through the air. Heartless Sword. The power contained in the heavy dragon sword, a ninth-grade spiritual artifact, was completely stimulated by Chunzong and reached the extreme. Ordinary sword practitioners could only stimulate the power of the spiritual artifact itself, but the superb realm of using the heart to control the sword could further increase the power, surpassing the limit and becoming even more powerful. Heavenly Cloud Path. Dong Lue. Although Bai Xia's expression did not change, she was extremely shocked. She raised both her arms, and they were as beautiful as a peacock spreading its tail. It also seemed as if she was holding up moonlight. The moonlight wandered in her hands like flowing water, in her heart, in the world, and finally gathered above her head. The light shone brightly, and as Bai Xia's arms moved, it sprinkled down gracefully like a dance. Chapter 1190. The moonlight flowed down from the sky like a river. It flowed endlessly. The water of the long river gently rippled. A halo of light spread out in all directions and traversed the horizon. It looked magnificent and intoxicating. The long river of moonlight gushed down. The undulating river water became incomparably clear under Chunzong's gaze. It wasn't real river water, but rather a river formed by wisps of moonlight. It was like a blade converging into a river that flowed endlessly. If it was only a single wisp of moonlight, although its power wasn't bad, it wasn't much. However, when there were a lot of them, it became very terrifying. It was like a long river that flowed endlessly. It was enough to silently tear apart and destroy everything that was hard or soft. Danger was often hidden under the calm and peaceful surface. This move was very exquisite and picturesque. The sea of clouds gathered and dispersed in Chunzong's eyes. The strange clouds swung out. It seemed to be slashing, but not slashing. It seemed to be stabbing, but not stabbing. The pitch-black sword light was highly compressed into a beam and shot straight into the sky. Heartless Sword. Tranquil Sword was a sword technique. It was also the fusion and application of power. It was the foundation. The Heartless Sword and Heavenly Sword were the sword techniques that truly possessed great power. After more than a year of concentrated cultivation, Chunzong didn't create any other sword techniques. However, he further perfected Tranquil Sword, Heavenly Sword, and Heartless Sword. Their power also increased accordingly. The pitch-black sword light went up, and the long river of moonlight went down. It was inevitable that they would meet. Like the fate of water and fire entangling, the blade fragments of moonlight contained in the long river of moonlight silently washed away the pitch-black sword light. It was as if the passage of time and all living things were withering to obliterate the pitch-black sword light. However, the pitch-black sword light was condensed from high-intensity power. It was like a sharp sword forged from divine gold. It contained astonishing characteristics and was difficult to destroy and obliterate. There seemed to be a sizzling sound. The pitch-black sword light of the Heartless Sword pierced through the air and charged into the long river of moonlight. It charged towards Bai Xia like a hot knife through butter. Bai Xia's eyes widened. There seemed to be faint moonlight flashing. The long river of moonlight that was originally flowing slowly suddenly sped up. The waves gradually rose. Vaguely, the sound of flowing water spread out in the sky. The speed of the pitch-black sword light abruptly decreased. Under the increasingly violent east-flowing moon river, it gradually shattered. With a boom, Chunzong's body shot up into the sky, and the heavy dragon sword slashed from bottom to top. The astonishing weight transformed into a majestic power that made the air fluctuate, and a storm was stirred up in all directions. The momentum was incomparably terrifying, slashing the heavens with a single strike. Like a hot knife through butter, It directly tore the river of moonlight apart, and it carried a peerlessly powerful and sharp and shocking might as it charged towards Baisia. Baisia was very clear about the tyrannical strength Chunzong could unleash in close combat. Even if she had activated the 4th level of the Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination Art, she would still be unwilling to clash head-on with him. After all, even though the 4th level of the Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination Art was very powerful, the burden on the body was also very great. In close combat, one had to explode with even more power and endure even greater burdens. The moonlight faintly spread in all directions, and the surroundings seemed to have sunk into a dreamy world. Time and space were filled with misty colors. Baisia's body also lightly swayed in an instant, and she danced like a fairy in the moon. Her figure overlapped, and her dance was like a blossoming flower. It was dreamy and illusory. The illusory and the real were changing unpredictably, and in between the real and the fake, it made it difficult for Chunzong to distinguish where the real one was. Thus, she calmly retreated and opened up a distance from Chunzong, which made it easier for her to urge her spiritual energy to launch an attack. However, she didn't know how powerful Chunzong's spiritual sense was. Even a semi-sage expert couldn't compare with it. Under the sweep of this extremely powerful spiritual sense, all the illusory and real were clearly distinguished. Slash, kill, break. Wherever the sword passed, the hazy, dreamy, and beautiful figure was mercilessly chopped into pieces. At this very moment, Chunzong was holding the heavy dragon sword, and he was like the most ruthless executioner in the world who wanted to destroy the most beautiful thing in the world. Kill, 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 kill. Like a hot knife through butter, nothing could stop it. Wherever the sword passed, a pitch-black darkness was left in the air, as if a thick graffiti was left on a moonlight painting, directly destroying the entire beauty. Baisia's expression didn't change, but her pupils instantly contracted to the size of needles. A trace of astonishment condensed in her eyes, and she felt even more incredulous. The opponent saw through the illusion brought about by her move, so how did he know where her real body was? Without time to think, Baisia raised her hands, pressed them down, and shook them. Suddenly, a rumbling sound resounded. Within the crisp sound, there was a kind of indescribable, oppressive, thunder-like sound. Both of her hands lit up with extremely dazzling moonlight, which suddenly rose and fell in an instant. Boom! The two balls of moonlight collided with each other, bursting out with an astonishing force that blasted towards Chunzong. All the power poured out in torrents. Under the urging of the power of the 4th layer of the Thousand Cloud Illuminating Moon Art, the power of this move became even more terrifying. Suddenly, it blocked Chunzong's sword attack with irresistible force. Heavenly Cloud Path, Beishinhua. Baisia executed the last move of the Heavenly Cloud Bright Moon Art, and it was also the most profound move. She raised both of her hands, and round after round of bright, white crescent moons condensed in rows. They were of different sizes. The small ones were like fingernails, the big ones were like palms, and there were dozens of them. Then, behind Baisia, a meter-long crescent moon quietly condensed and formed, and gradually rose up. The entire process fell into the eyes of everyone clearly. It seemed to have passed for a long time, but in fact it was only an instant, and dozens of bright crescent moons of different sizes floated around Baisia. Go! Baisia lightly waved her white hand, and her fair and slender index finger pointed towards Chunzong. As if they had received an order, the dozens of bright crescent moons of different sizes trembled one after another, and burst out with their fastest speed, tearing through the sky and blasting towards Chunzong. Not only was every bright crescent moon incomparably fast, it was also filled with many changes as it fell from midair and was filled with astonishing profoundness. It shot out explosively, twisting, and changing like the wind and clouds. It was profound and unfathomable, lofty and profound like the clouds in the sky. Of the 4 moves of the heavenly cloud bright moon art, the west sinking moon focused on destruction. It was a strike that could destroy the moon and sink the stars, and its destructive power was astonishing. The south rising moon focused on cutting and tearing through everything hard and void. The east flowing moon was like flowing water, flowing unceasingly and endlessly, and contained a fine sharpness and a scouring power that was like the flow of time. It could silently disintegrate the opponent's offense and even defense, like the spring rain silently moistening things, or like a frog being boiled in warm water. The North Xianyue focused on transformations, and all transformations were contained within. It was incomparably profound. The first 3 moves had been broken by Chunzong, so she would use this last move. Chunzong's eyes were extremely bright, like the edge of a sword piercing through all illusions. Cooperating with his extremely tyrannical spiritual sense, he analyzed the profoundness of Bei Xianyue one by one. Sword out. It was as if he was dancing in the moon, but also as if he was charging in a battle formation. With the heavy dragon sword in hand, Chunzong calmly dealt with the dozens of crescent moon attacks for Bei Xianyue. The dozens of crescent moons were all under by Xie's control. Following the control of her jade-white and beautiful fingers, they attacked Chunzong from all angles, as if they were dozens of experts. They were even more difficult to deal with than dozens of experts combined. After all, although dozens of experts were powerful, they couldn't besiege a target at the same time. At most, there were 7 or 8 of them. However, the dozens of crescent moons were of different sizes and thin, so they could participate in the besiegement directly. The 1-meter-sized crescent moon floated above Chunzong, as if it was waiting for the best opportunity to strike. As Chunzong's arm shook, the sword light exploded, like a pitch-black rainstorm pouring down, covering and sweeping in all directions. The dozens of crescent moons were hit in an instant, bursting out an astonishing sound of metal clashing. It was incomparably crisp and ear-piercing, buzzing incessantly in one's ears. At the same time, the 1-meter-sized crescent moon in the sky suddenly shone brightly, bursting out with an extremely astonishing sharpness and striking down mightily. All the changes were restrained. Using the same principle to deal with all changes, this strike had reached the pinnacle in terms of power and timing. Bai Xie wanted to defeat Chunzong directly with this strike. She didn't know that Chunzong had been prepared for this and was waiting for this strike. The 1-meter-sized crescent moon fell, tearing the sky apart as it attacked Chunzong. In an instant, it split Chunzong's body into 2 halves as if tearing apart a thin piece of paper. However, Bai Xie's calm expression revealed a trace of graveness in her eyes, because that strike didn't really hit Chunzong. In an instant, Chunzong burst out with astonishing speed and profound agility to dodge. What was torn apart was only a lifelike afterimage. An astonishing sense of crisis emerged from Bai Xie's heart. A terrifying aura appeared behind her, making Bai Xie feel as if she was being pierced and torn apart. Chunzong appeared behind her and struck out with his sword. This sword strike shook and shattered the void. It was extremely terrifying. Break! Bai Xie's figure was directly hit and immediately shattered, turning into countless moonlight fragments that rushed in all directions. At the moment of crisis, she narrowly avoided Chunzong's sword strike, but the frightening power's aftermath still made Bai Xie endlessly apprehensive. If she was hit directly, she would be seriously injured. She was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to maintain the 4th layer of the 1,000-cloud moon illumination art. Chunzong couldn't help but feel somewhat regretful that his sword strike didn't hit Bai Xie. However, this kind of emotion didn't affect Chunzong in the slightest. At this very moment, Chunzong's mind was completely calm, and his grasp of everything around him had reached the pinnacle. His extraordinary spiritual sense allowed Chunzong to control everything. This was like looking down from a commanding height, allowing him to see everything more clearly. Even the shadows couldn't be avoided. His speed burst out as he closed in and struck out with his sword. Chunzong unceasingly pursued Bai Xie's figure. His heavy dragon sword erupted with astonishing power, shattering the void as it unceasingly attacked Bai Xie. Slash! 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 Suspended bright moon. Bai Xie used a 7th-tier secret art. Countless moonlight seemed to sprinkle down from the sky, condensing into a bright moon wheel above. The moonlight sprinkled down faintly. The moonlight was like water bathing Bai Xie's entire body, and her aura also increased accordingly. The entry-level suspended bright moon secret art's might was extraordinary, causing Bai Xie's strength to increase once again. Seeing that Bai Xie had used a secret art to increase her strength, Chenzong also used the purplish cloud black star flame. It wasn't a secret art, but it had the power of a secret art. Chapter 1191. Above the arena, moonlight scattered in all directions and illuminated the world. The tranquility was intoxicating, but it also contained an indescribable sense of danger. The heavy dragon sword's astonishing weight shook the sky like a moving mountain. Purple flames suffused with black starlight burned fiercely, and an incomparably scorching aura fluctuated in all directions and burned everything. Heavenly Heart Sword. The majestic sword light struck down from the sky. That sword light burned with the purple cloud black star flame, and its might was even more terrifying. This sword caused Bai Xie's calm expression to change for the first time. The feeling of being locked on arose spontaneously, as if she couldn't avoid this sword no matter where she went. All her power erupted and flowed towards her arms. The moonlight was like water, wind, and clouds. As Bai Xie raised her arms above her head, it merged with the bright moon in the sky. The bright moon in the sky swelled, and its light shone in all directions. It became even more resplendent, but it didn't spread out. Instead, it became even more restrained. The cold aura became even more vigorous, and it seemed to contain the terrifying might of a volcano's magma. She pushed her hands up fiercely, and a moonlight sphere that had swelled to 3 meters in diameter immediately rose into the sky, its speed increasing explosively. The sword light went from top to bottom. The full moon went from bottom to top. Collision. It was as if 2 stars had fiercely collided, and time and space seemed to have frozen. In the next moment, the world was silent, and all colors disappeared, leaving only black and white. In this silent world, everything became extremely slow. In this world of black and white, it was so monotonous that it made people panic. It seemed to last forever, but it was also just an instant. The extremely shocking and sharp rumbling became even more resounding, as if it had swept over from the distant horizon. The rumbling was boundless, and it made people's minds tremble violently. Colors reappeared, but they became incomparably chaotic, as if they had been shattered. It made people dazzled, and they couldn't distinguish between reality and illusion at all. Even Fu Yunxiao couldn't see it clearly. Only the inner sect disciples, elders, and the high and mighty Tao Master Huan Yun could see it. Amidst the chaotic colors, the 2 figures collided once again. No, it should be said that one of the figures wielding a pitch-black sword descended from the sky. It was as ferocious as a meteor. Its sword slashed down. The heavy dragon sword that weighed 98,000 kilograms was even more terrifying to the extreme. It seemed as if the sky had collapsed. Boom! Bai Xie forcefully endured this attack, and she felt a force that was extremely powerful and heavy, like an iron mountain, descend upon her. That force also contained shocking sharpness, and it easily disintegrated Bai Xie's energy defense. It was barbaric, overbearing, and unreasonable, and it instantly caused Bai Xie's entire body to tremble as she fell to the ground, and she couldn't help but spit out blood. In order to defend against Chunzong's tyrannical Heaven Heart Sword, Bai Xie had unleashed all of her strength. She had also endured the burden of the 4th level of the 1,000-cloud moon illumination art and was unable to continue. Of Xie, Xiosa, Xie. Without the power of the 1,000-cloud moon illuminating art, Bai Xie was no match for Chunzong. Naturally, she couldn't block Chunzong's sword. Seeing Chunzong defeat by Xia, everyone was shocked. First, he defeated Gao Hongjing. Then, Gao Hongjing was defeated by Xia. Then, Chunzong defeated by Xia. It set off a frenzy. Chunzong will surely enter the top 3 of this year's cloud ranking. At least second place. That's right. At least second place. He can even compete with Fu Yunxiao. The previous cloud ranking's first place was Fu Yunxiao. And this year, if there were no special accidents, the first place would also belong to Fu Yunxiao. This was publicly acknowledged. However, before this, everyone was certain that the first place would be Fu Yunxiao. They were even certain that the top 3 would be by Xia, Gao Hongjing, and Fu Yunxiao. But an accident happened. This accident was Chunzong. He defeated Gao Hongjing and Bai Xia. No one was certain that Fu Yunxiao wouldn't be defeated. He wouldn't be defeated by Chunzong. Until now, Chunzong had yet to fight with Fu Yunxiao. However, the battle between the two of them was necessary, and it wouldn't be long. That battle might be the most important battle to determine the first place of this year's cloud ranking. After all, from the 4th stage of the finals until now, everyone had already fought. Their strength could be more or less seen. At least 70 to 90% of their strength could be seen. Of course, it couldn't rule out some people who hid their strength very well. However, it was impossible. The rewards for the top 3 of the cloud ranking were generous. If they hid their strength and caused themselves to be defeated, it wouldn't be worth it, unless there were too many people involved and they had to hide their strength. Hence, it could be confirmed that everyone's strength was more or less revealed. Even if they hid some of their strength, it wouldn't be that much. They hadn't reached the stage where they could overturn everything. Until now, only Fu Yunxiao and Chunzong were still in a winning streak. As for Yun Yinxin, although his performance was extraordinary, his strength was still limited. He had lost a few battles. However, according to the strength that Yun Yinxin had displayed, it shouldn't be a problem for him to get into the top 10 if there weren't any accidents. As for Xia Minglang, he had lost more battles. He had no hope of getting into the top 10, but there was still hope for him to get into the top 20. Fight, fight, fight. The Outer Sect tournament didn't have any time to rest. From the first elimination round to the second preliminary round to the third promotion round, and now to the 4th final round, it had been going on continuously. It was so intense that everyone was excited. It was another round. Chunzong randomly picked an opponent. After all, no matter if it was Yu Shuiyuan, who was ranked 5th on the cloud ranking, or Ning Tianming, who was ranked 4th, or even by Xia and Gao Hongjing, who were ranked 3rd and 2nd, they had all been defeated by Chunzong. There was only one person who could be his opponent, and that was Fu Yunxiao. Chunzong didn't want to start this battle so early. Perhaps Fu Yunxiao had the same idea. Since that was the case, it didn't matter who his opponent was. I admit defeat. The person who was chosen by Chunzong as his opponent immediately raised his hand. There was no other way. One battle after another had shown Chunzong's powerful strength. Especially the defeat of Gao Hongjing and Bai Xia, it established Chunzong's position and powerful strength. In addition, the power of the heavy dragon sword, which weighed 98,000 kilograms, was extremely terrifying. No one was willing to take it personally. In any case, if they fought against Chunzong, they would only be defeated in the end. They might not even be able to withstand 3 sword strikes, so they might as well just admit defeat. Letting someone admit defeat without even stepping onto the stage was originally a treatment that only Gao Hongjing and Fu Yunxiao received. Now, there was an additional Chunzong. Chunzong only smiled and didn't care about it. It didn't matter if they admitted defeat or if they were defeated by his sword. However, it was better not to make a move against such a weak opponent. It would save time and energy. Fu Yunxiao's opponent also admitted defeat. Thus, Fu Yunxiao's number of moves was very limited. Even if he did, he would usually defeat his opponent in an instant. It was hard to tell how strong he was. Yu Shuiyuan and Bai Xia fought. Bai Xia defeated Yu Shuiyuan without using the 4th stage of the Thousand Cloud Moon Illumination Art. Ning Tianming and Gao Hongjing fought. Similarly, Gao Hongjing defeated Ning Tianming without using the third stage of the fragmentary cloud flame prison art. The gap between the strength of the top three on the previous cloud ranking was really huge. They were on two completely different levels, even if they were both at the peak of the ninth transcendent realm. As for the battles between Yu Shui Yuan and Ning Tianming and Fu Yunxiao, they were easily defeated by Fu Yunxiao. The second last round, Gao Hongjing issued a challenge. Sweeping his gaze, Gao Hongjing looked at Fu Yunxiao. Fighting spirit burst out from his eyes. This battle had finally arrived. Fu Yunxiao, come and fight me. Gao Hongjing's voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the surroundings. It was like a torch in everyone's heart was ignited in an instant, becoming vigorous and blazing. Regardless of whether Gao Hongjing was defeated by Chun Zong or by Xie, it was undeniable that Gao Hongjing was powerful. What's more, in the previous cloud ranking, Gao Hongjing was ranked second. He was only defeated by Fu Yunxiao by a single move. The strength of the two was very close. Then, after 5 years, Gao Hongjing's strength had greatly improved. What about Fu Yunxiao? Had his strength also greatly improved? Fu Yunxiao's gaze fell on Gao Hongjing's face, calm and deep. Gao Hongjing leaped into the air and crashed into the arena like a meteor. Shock waves surged out, causing the entire arena to shake. Cracks spread out from Gao Hongjing's feet, but they were instantly repaired by the powerful corrective force of the arena. Fu Yunxiao stepped forward with his hands behind his back. Step by step, he walked towards the ring. His feet stepped on the void, as if the air was an invisible staircase, surprising everyone. Calm and composed, Fu Yunxiao walked onto the ring with his hands behind his back, as if he was stepping on a staircase in the void. This scene immediately caused Chun Zong's pupils to shrink. Void step. This wasn't a profound martial art. It couldn't even be called a martial art. It was just a technique to apply power. However, it was a very profound technique. It required absolute control of one's own power, as well as a high realm and accumulation. Gao Hongjing couldn't do it, and neither could Bai Xie. However, Fu Yunxiao did it. This move shocked many people. So powerful, Chun Zong said secretly. His heart suddenly jumped. Traces of battle intent emerged from the depths of his heart and spread throughout his body. Fu Yunxiao. This was indeed an opponent worth looking forward to. An opponent worth saving for the last. Looking at Fu Yunxiao walking towards him in the void, Gao Hongjing also shrank in pain. Void step. Ordinary cultivators would probably only think that it was good-looking and powerful. However, in the eyes of experts like Gao Hongjing and Bai Xie, they knew the meaning behind it. Gao Hongjing's face suddenly turned solemn. Just from the void step, it was enough to see that Fu Yunxiao's progress in the past 5 years was astonishing. Not only was he not inferior to himself, but he was even superior. Fu Yunxiao, take this spear. With a thunderous roar, Gao Hongjing's crimson dragon sky-splitting spear shook. A terrifying fire energy burst out like a volcanic eruption. The power was vast and unparalleled. It was extremely terrifying and ferocious. Boom! The spear broke through the air like it was breaking a mountain. Layers of ripples quickly spread out and shook. The power of this spear seemed to be a little stronger than before. Chapter 1192. The Crimson Dragon Sky splitting spear was filled with a shockingly hot aura. The flames burned in all directions, and the terrifying temperature seemed to want to burn everything into ashes. Even the air was burned into a vacuum. The heat waves roared and attacked like the roar of an angry beast. Gao Hongjing's eyes were filled with anger. Flames shot out from his eyes, and his entire body was burning with blazing flames. This was the phenomenon that appeared when he activated the third level of the crippled cloud flame prison technique. Facing Fu Yunxiao, Gao Hongjing exploded with his full strength after 3 probing strikes. Boom! The spear was like a heavenly fire that shattered the clouds. Wong! A bright light bloomed from the void. It was so sudden, yet so natural. Fu Yunxiao's expression was calm, and his long saber suddenly slashed down. The saber was like a thunderbolt in anger. The saber was like the river and the sea, condensing into a clear light. It was fine when it was motionless, but once it moved, it was like a hurricane attacking, like lightning splitting the sky. The bright saber light tore through the sky, and the terrifying saber pressure tore apart the blazing heat brought by the crimson dragon sky, splitting spear. Gao Hongjing's expression changed, and Chunzong's eyes focused. What a fierce saber! Chunzong couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fu Yunxiao's saber was about 3 fingers wide, and the blade was about 3 feet long. It was completely snow-white, as if it had been condensed from 10,000 years of cold snow. There were countless cloud patterns on the blade, making it look like countless clouds were floating. Before the saber was drawn, Fu Yunxiao's entire person looked calm, but the moment the saber was drawn, it instantly released an extremely shocking power. This was because his control of his own power had reached the extreme, and there was no gap between extreme stillness and extreme movement. That saber was very fast, but it wasn't just fast, so it couldn't be described with just one word. That saber was very strong, but it wasn't just strong, so it couldn't be described with just one word because it was too one-sided. After thinking about it, Chunzong used one word: fierce. It was a very fierce saber that contained speed, strength, and changes. This saber not only broke the power of Gao Hongjing's great spear, it also evolved all the changes to the extreme, making Gao Hongjing unable to dodge and only able to take it head-on. The great spear spun, and the shaft of the spear was placed horizontally in front of him. It was as if an iron lock was blocking the river. Gao Hongjing's saber chopped down, directly hitting the saber body. The terrifying power was immediately blocked by the great spear. Gao Hongjing twisted his hands, and the spear body suddenly rotated, bursting with a terrifying rotating force. He wanted to shake off the saber body and wait for an opportunity to counterattack. However, the moment the blade was bounced up, it slashed down again. The second slash, the third slash, the fourth slash. In the blink of an eye, Fu Yunxiao slashed out 8 more times. The second slash was slightly stronger than the first, the third was slightly stronger than the second, and the fourth was slightly stronger than the third. As such, the power of the 8th slash was slightly stronger than the 7th slash. Compared to the first slash, the increase in power was very obvious. The most important thing was the 9th slash. Its power was actually 30% stronger than the 8th slash. The moment Gao Hongjing was about to change from defense to offense, he faced Fu Yunxiao's follow-up 8 slashes. Each slash was stronger than the previous, and the power of the last slash was even directly released. A layer of light even spread out from Fu Yunxiao's body, as if a halo was born, and a tyrannical power surged in all directions. In the top 3 of the previous cloud ranking, Bai Xie chose the Saint Grade Low-Grade 1000 Cloud Illuminating Moon Art. Gao Hongjing chose the Saint Grade Low-Grade Fragmentary Cloud Flame Prison Art, and Fu Yunxiao chose the Saint Grade Mid-Grade White Cloud Soaring Sky Art. Like Bai Xie, Fu Yunxiao had also cultivated the White Cloud Soaring Sky Art to the 4th level. Fu Yunxiao was the first on the previous cloud ranking, so his reward was the most generous. Therefore, he was qualified to choose the Saint Grade Mid-Grade White Cloud Soaring Sky Art to cultivate. Of course, the White Cloud Soaring Sky Art was the strongest cultivation technique in White Cloud Mountain. It was also a mountain guarding technique, just like the White Cloud Ultimate Technique, which belonged to the Transcendent Realm's Spirit Grade guarding technique. Strictly speaking, the White Cloud Soaring Sky Art and the White Cloud Ultimate Technique were of the same origin. Previously, Fu Yunxiao had cultivated the White Cloud Ultimate Technique, so it was easier for him to switch to the White Cloud Soaring Sky Art. However, as a Saint Grade Mid-Grade cultivation technique, its value was amazing. Even if Fu Yunxiao was the first on the previous cloud ranking, he couldn't obtain the complete White Cloud Soaring Sky Art. He could only obtain part of it. If he wanted to continue, he would need to have enough set contribution points to exchange for it. Fortunately, Fu Yinxiao had only cultivated the white cloud soaring sky art to the 4th level. However, he had already exchanged for 18 levels. He didn't know how long it would take for him to cultivate to the 18th level. Even if he broke through to the Saint Realm, it wouldn't be easy for him to cultivate to the 18th level. Of course, the power cultivated by the 4th level of the white cloud soaring sky art was stronger than the power cultivated by the 4th level of the 1,000 cloud illuminating moon art. Fu Yinxiao's control of his own strength was better than by CS. Therefore, when he circulated the 4th level of the white cloud soaring sky art, there wasn't an obvious phenomenon like Gao Hongjing's. There was only a faint halo around his body. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. As the 9th slash descended, Gao Hongjing felt the great spear in his hand tremble violently. An extremely frightening force swept out with a loud rumble. It contained an endless amount of impact and astonishing sharpness, causing Gao Hongjing to feel a prickling sensation. Retreat. Every step he took was forcefully stomped on the ground, leaving clear footprints on the hard arena, which instantly healed. Gao Hongjing's face was slightly pale. The power that erupted from Fu Yunxiao's 9 slashes was too tyrannical. After the 9 slashes forced Gao Hongjing back, Fu Yunxiao's feet slipped as if he was sliding on ice. His long saber slashed out again. Asterisk schwa, 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 asterisk, a dazzling saber light flashed past. 9 consecutive slashes were sent out, repelling Gao Hongjing once again. Not only was each slash stronger than the previous, but the 9th slash was the most tyrannical. When it erupted, it seemed to exceed one's limits. Gao Hongjing felt his arms tremble slightly. With his martial arts attainment, he could naturally see that the 9 slashes were extraordinary. If he wanted to resist, he could only break the continuous momentum of the 9 slashes. Otherwise, each slash would be stronger than the previous one. However, Fu Yunxiao's control of his own strength had reached the pinnacle. It wasn't something that Gao Hongjing could compare with. Moreover, Fu Yunxiao's control of timing and rhythm had also reached the pinnacle. The combination of the two made it difficult for Gao Hongjing to resist Fu Yunxiao's 9 slashes. Slash, slash, slash. One slash after another. The 9 slashes formed a wave. As soon as the wave fell, a new wave rose. It was as if the waves were endless. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of waves sweeping out in all directions. In the eyes of the crowd, every slash of Fu Yunxiao's saber was like a wave, and there seemed to be a vast ocean behind him. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the vast ocean was actually a sea of clouds, and every slash was a cloud wave. Majestic, sharp, vigorous, and domineering. Scarlet Dragon Battle Body. Gao Hongjing had no choice but to use the 7th rank secret technique. The entry-level 7th rank secret technique immediately increased his strength significantly. His arms shook, and his hands suddenly twisted. The Scarlet Dragon Sky breaking spear's body followed, bursting out a terrifying wave. As the spear's body spun and vibrated, the hard spear's body was bent. He suddenly swung it, bursting out a terrifying force. It rolled up a hurricane and blasted towards a saber light. Counterattack. The Scarlet Dragon Battle Body increased Gao Hongjing's strength, and he immediately counterattacked. The great spear and the long saber collided again and again. The ear-piercing sound entered everyone's ears, making them dizzy. Sparks flew everywhere, as bright and beautiful as fireworks. Gao Hongjing, whose strength had increased, relied on his tyrannical strength. He immediately stabilized the disadvantageous situation and gradually turned the tables. However, Fu Yunxiao's saber was very fierce, very fierce. Fu Yunxiao usually looked a little cold and arrogant. He was a little high and mighty. However, when he attacked, he directly revealed a shocking fierceness. It was as if a quiet scholar was holding a book of poetry and reading under the moon. Suddenly, he threw away the book of poetry and took out a long saber. transforming into a Jianghu hero. Soaring Sky Energy. Fu Yanxiao also used the secret technique. Soaring Sky Energy was a 7th-ranked secret technique belonging to White Cloud Mountain. It was a unique force. After it was cultivated, it could increase one's strength. Most importantly, Fu Yanxiao had already cultivated Soaring Sky Energy to minor accomplishment. It was also a 7th-ranked secret technique, but minor accomplishment was naturally better and stronger than entry-level. The invisible Soaring Sky Energy poured into the long saber. The saber trembled, bursting out a shocking saber light. The saber slashed through the air. In an instant, Gao Hongjing's great spear was repelled again. The tyrannical force continued to attack, causing Gao Hongjing to continuously retreat. It was difficult for him to resist. The second saber, the third saber, the fourth saber, one saber after another. Under the support of Soaring Sky Energy, the power of each saber became more and more terrifying and shocking. The 9th saber slashed down, and a buzzing sound shocked the world. The terrifying saber was extremely bright, as if it was bursting out a dazzling beam of light like the sun. The saber slashed out, and the sky was torn apart. With a poochie sound, Gao Hongjing's body flew backwards. The tyrannical force injured him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a blood mist and filled the air. Gao Hongjing's face was pale after spitting out a mouthful of blood. The power in his body was scattered everywhere, and it was difficult for him to gather it. His blood and qi were also fluctuating. Fu Yanxiao was not a soft-hearted person. Once he made a move, it was like thunder breaking through the sky. Seeing that Gao Hongjing was injured and had lost the ability to resist, he immediately slashed out the next saber. Gao Hongjing was unable to resist this attack, and he fell off the stage. He took a few steps back and spat out another mouthful of blood. Defeated. In the last competition, Gao Hongjing was defeated by Fu Yanxiao's saber. This time, he was defeated by Fu Yanxiao again. Moreover, he was defeated faster than the last competition. This showed that Fu Yanxiao's strength had improved more than Gao Hongjing's in the past 5 years. In addition, Gao Hongjing had been defeated by Chun Zong, by Xie, and Fu Yanxiao. This meant that he had nothing to do with the top 3 on the cloud list. Originally, Gao Hongjing had thought that he could choose another holy level martial skill to comprehend and cultivate. Now this hope was completely gone. Thinking of this, Gao Hongjing had an indescribable gloom in his heart. His mind was affected, and he could not help but spit out another mouthful of blood. After defeating Gao Hongjing, Fu Yanxiao's expression became calm again, and there was a bit of pride in the calmness. Immediately, Fu Yanxiao walked down the stage step by step. He glanced over and looked at Chun Zong, and his eyes met with Chun Zong's. Chapter 1193. The White Cloud Island floated 5,000 meters in the air. The clouds in the sky were endless. The scorching sun shone brightly in the sky. Light beams shot down like swords and sabers. The battle on the stage was intense. Suddenly, an intense but not dazzling light lit up in the sky. It was as if a bright moon shone, shining with the sun and moon. Heavenly cloud path. West sinking moon. A bright moon suddenly burst forth with astonishing power. It was as if it was about to collapse in an instant. The terrifying power seemed to be earth-shattering. A rumble resounded through the world. The air was turbulent, and the power was astonishing. It surged like waves. Fu Yanxiao raised his head to look. His expression was calm, but his eyes faintly contained a domineering intent. He suddenly flicked the saber in his hand and slashed down. 100-meter-long saber light burst forth. The huge saber light tore through the sky. It was as if the sky had been split in half. It attacked the falling bright moon. Bai Xie pushed the 4th layer of the 1,000-cloud moon illumination art to the limit. Then, she used the 7th layer of the moon hanging bright moon. Fu Yanxiao also used the 4th layer of the white cloud soaring sky art and the 7th layer of the soaring sky art. Whether it was strength or martial attainment, Fu Yunxiao surpassed Bai Xie by quite a bit. Facing such a powerful Fu Yunxiao, Bai Xie could only use all her strength and methods. Heavenly Cloud Path. Dong Luwe. Heavenly Cloud Path. Nanlingwe. Heavenly Cloud Path. Bei Xianwe. Bai Xie used the following 3 moves in succession. Although it put an extremely heavy burden on her, it also burst forth with astonishing power. It was as if she had used up all her strength in this one attack. She would either succeed or die trying. The burden from using 3 moves in succession immediately shattered the bright moon in the sky. It meant that the secret technique had collapsed. Soon after, the halo on Bai Xie's body dissipated. It also meant that the 4th layer of the 1,000-cloud moon illumination art had come to an end. The long river of moonlight flowed down like an ocean. An extremely sharp bright moon was faintly discernible in the river. Dozens of moons of different sizes revolved around the long river of moonlight. It was as if the power of the 3 moves had been integrated into one. However, in reality, it was not truly combined. It was only on the surface. Otherwise, the power would only be much stronger. Even so, the momentum of the 3 simultaneous attacks was extremely terrifying. It made one's hair stand on end. Beneath that kind of beauty was an extremely shocking, killing intent. Fu Yunxiao's expression turned slightly solemn. Such an attack was enough to threaten him. The white cloud soaring heaven technique was fully activated, and the power of the primary level soaring heaven technique surged and poured into the long saber. The saber trembled slightly, and cloud patterns appeared and floated in all directions, turning into a sea of clouds that rose and covered the sky. The buzzing sound shocked the world, directly entering everyone's ears, making their scalps go numb. Immediately, a terrifying saber light shot out from the rising sea of clouds. It split the sea of clouds in half and went against the flow. The saber light was 100 meters long. It was so condensed that it looked like it was made of divine gold. It felt like an empty room was about to be torn apart. The sky was like a thin piece of paper that could not resist at all. Sizzling sounds reverberated in all directions, extremely ear-piercing. The saber light and the long river of moonlight collided in an instant, and both of them erupted with terrifying power. The extremely intense light instantly spread in all directions, filling the entire arena. Then, with a sharp rumble, it spread out of the arena. It was so dazzling that everyone could not look at it directly. They could only close their eyes. Only a few people were immune to the blazing white light, such as the high and mighty Tao Master Huan Yun, the powerful elders, the inner sect disciples who were Saint Rel powerhouses, and Chun Zong and Gao Hongjing. Gao Hongjing narrowed his eyes. He was more or less affected, but he could still see the scene under the intense white light. As for Chun Zong, his eyes were even stronger. Under a layer of fluorescent light, he was not affected at all. He could see the scene in the arena clearly. Fu Yunxiao's saber strike sent Bai Xie flying. After 3 breaths, the intense and dazzling white light gradually dissipated. Everyone opened their eyes. First, they blinked slightly. After quickly adjusting to the light, they could see the scene in the arena clearly. There was only one figure standing in the arena. It was Fu Yunxiao. As for Bai Xie, she had already fallen off the arena. Falling off the arena meant defeat. Fu Yunxiao won. So far, there were only 2 people who had won consecutively, Fu Yunxiao and Chun Zong. There was no doubt that the first place on this year's cloud ranking would be born between the 2 of them. The last round of the 4th stage of the battle began. Everyone only had one opponent left. Whether it was intentionally avoided or for other reasons, it was inevitable now. They could either fight or admit defeat. It was inevitable that Chun Zong and Fu Yunxiao would meet. This battle was unavoidable. This battle seemed to have been premeditated by the unseen world. Both of them moved at the same time. They stepped in the air and walked up to the arena from 2 different directions. This scene immediately caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Fu Yunxiao had already performed the void step before. Therefore, everyone was not that surprised when they saw it for the 3rd time. However, it was Chunzong's first time performing the void step in front of everyone. Naturally, it was shocking. Fu Yunxiao's pupils shrank slightly. The void step seemed simple, but it was not easy to perform. Without enough control of one's own strength, one could not perform at all. Chunzong could perform the void step in a casual manner. It was enough to show that Chunzong's control of his own strength had reached an amazing level. Thinking of this, Fu Yunxiao only felt that his blood seemed to be boiling. Opponent. This would be a very good opponent, but he did not know how much pressure this opponent could bring him. He should be able to surpass Gao Hongjing and Bai Siya. Fu Yunxiao thought secretly, and his eyes became more and more profound. Holding the heavy dragon sword in his left hand, Chunzong stared at Fu Yunxiao. This was undoubtedly the strongest opponent this time. Chunzong had clearly seen the battle between Fu Yunxiao, Gao Hongjing, and Bai Siya. He had grasped every single detail. Under his super strong spiritual sense, he had grasped every single aspect of the battle without any blind spots. This allowed Chunzong to have a deeper understanding of Fu Yunxiao's strength. Fu Yunxiao's strength could be said to be very close to the half-saint level. He was only a hair's breadth away. If he was a little stronger, he would be able to reach the standard of the half-saint level. If this kind of strength was placed in the Kanglan world or the Earth Demon Abyss, it was enough to be invincible. Even if several top demon emperors joined forces, they would not be a match for him and would be easily killed. If it were Chunzong who had just returned from the Kanglan world, he would definitely not be a match for him. Fortunately, Chunzong's strength had improved significantly after more than a year of closed-door cultivation. However, Chunzong did not have much confidence in defeating Fu Yunxiao. 50-50. After all, Fu Yunxiao's strength was much stronger than Gao Hongjing and Bai Siya's. The two of them had not yet made a move, but the atmosphere in the arena had already become cold and desolate. The wisps of air seemed to be endowed with a sword-like sharpness that could cut through everything. People could not help but feel a chill and sharpness. Fu Yunxiao's saber had a nice name. It was called Frost Cloud Snow Saber. When the long saber was unsheathed, saber light filled the air and shone in all directions. Traces of coldness also spread out, as if it wanted to freeze everything within a radius of 10 meters. Moreover, it quickly spread in all directions and gradually spread to the entire arena. Frost Cloud Snow Saber was pointed directly at Chunzong. An astonishing coldness and sharpness pressed forward. Chunzong's left hand moved. With a light flick of his thumb, the heavy dragon's sword shot out from the scabbard like a pitch-black ray of light, directly shattering that terrifying coldness and sharpness. His right hand grasped the sword hilt tightly with 5 fingers. A whistling sound reverberated in all directions. A terrifying aura raged like a storm, turning into an invisible surge of sword chi. It was like a mountain moving horizontally, like a huge wave surging towards Fu Yunxiao. Fu Yunxiao's expression did not change, but his eyes emitted a trace of sharpness. He took a step forward, and his footsteps were hurried. The sound of hurried footsteps was like rain hitting a banana leaf, containing a trace of a unique rhythm. That rhythm would make people involuntarily immerse themselves in it and be affected. Even the beating of the heart would be disturbed and eventually be moved. Chunzong's expression slightly changed. He immediately realized the rhythm contained in the sound of Fu Yunxiao's footsteps. Under his incomparably tenacious willpower and incomparably tyrannical physique, he was not affected in the slightest. He suddenly took a step forward. With a bang, the entire arena trembled as if it had been trampled by a giant. A deep footprint appeared on the arena, and cracks spread all over the arena. Although the arena's powerful corrective force healed the cracks in an instant, the power of that kick was still shocking. The powerful rebound force pushed Chunzong's body. In an instant, he stuck close to the arena and shot out like an arrow from a bow. Like an aurora, he pierced through the air with the terrifying power of a crashing mountain. His sword pierced through the air and shattered the vast sky. Quick, quick, quick! Fu Yunxiao's figure flashed, and the distance of 1,000 meters was crossed in an instant. His Hanyan snow saber suddenly pierced forward. In an instant, the snow-white saber and the pitch-black sword crossed each other, respectively attacking each other. Fu Yunxiao's expression slightly changed. The terrifying sword pressure brought by the heavy dragon sword's terrifying weight was too frightening. It filled the air and pressed towards him, as if it was going to crush him. At the same time, the terrifying coldness of the Hanyun snow saber also attacked Qinzong, as if it was going to freeze Qinzong. Both of them reacted extremely quickly. Their saber and sword changed, and when they clashed, blazing sparks sputtered in all directions, and extremely frightening sounds surged. In close combat, Fu Yunxiao mobilized his own strength with the saber in his hand and displayed his saber art to the extreme. This saber art had long been integrated with the martial arts. Every seemingly ordinary saber attack not only surpassed a high-grade spirit-level martial art in power, but also surpassed a high-grade spirit-level martial art in terms of profoundness. Qinzong had also reached a certain level in the martial arts integration. With the vigorous accumulation, Qinzong's every sword attack was even more exquisite and powerful. It was not inferior to a high-grade spirit-level sword art in the slightest. Moreover, with the terrifying weight of the heavy dragon sword, the power of every sword attack was even more violent. In one breath, both of their saber and sword had performed over 100 moves. The power of every move was extremely frightening, and the exquisiteness was even more amazing. So powerful. This martial art is too amazing. Gao Hongjing and Bai Xie were also very surprised. Fu Yunxiao and Qinzong did not use all of their strength. For example, Fu Yunxiao did not activate the 4th level of the White Cloud technique, and Qinzong did not use the Heart Calming Sword to integrate the power of Qi refining and body refining. In fact, both of them had a tacit understanding. They did not use all of their strength at once, and only used a small amount of strength to fight. Their purpose was naturally to test each other's application of strength and martial arts attainments. Chapter 1194. The exquisite saber technique was like a stream of light in the sky, but also like the floating clouds on a snowy mountain. When it surged, it was majestic. When it was vigorous, it was like a surging tide. When it was heavy, it was like a mountain rising from the ground. When it was sharp, it was like a sharp blade splitting the air. But no matter what, every saber technique emitted a chill that swept through the surroundings. With a saber in hand, Fu Yunxiao performed the exquisite saber technique to the extreme. Fu Yunxiao's martial arts realm had reached the 3rd level of small success, which was 2 levels lower than Qinzong. But Fu Yunxiao had cultivated for many years and had a more comprehensive grasp of the 3rd level of martial arts. This was not something that Qinzong could compare with. Qinzong's improvement in the 3rd level of sword principle was extremely fast. He broke through to small success, then large success, and finally perfection. If this level was divided into horizontal and vertical levels, the vertical level referred to the level of the level, such as small success, large success, and perfection, while the horizontal level referred to the development of each level. Therefore, in the vertical level of martial arts realm, Qinzong obviously surpassed Fu Yunxiao, but in the horizontal level, he was not as good as Fu Yunxiao. This was not something that could be solved with talent and comprehension alone. It also required a certain amount of time to hone and settle down. Qinzong's cultivation time, environment, and inheritance were far inferior to Fu Yunxiao's. The gap had existed for a long time, but now Qinzong was gradually catching up and even surpassed him in some aspects. Qinzong was never afraid of strong opponents. He was still young and had time, energy, talent, and determination to catch up and surpass. Qinzong was afraid that no one could beat him. That was to reach the peak one day and be invincible. It was lonely at the top. Of course, there were countless cultivators in the world who could guarantee that they were truly invincible. Even the Heart Sword Saint, who created the Heart Sword Sutra, did not dare to say that he was invincible. Under the superb realm of sword principle, The heavy dragon sword was sometimes extremely heavy, like a mountain pressing down from the sky. Its power was unparalleled. Sometimes it was as light as a tree branch and extremely flexible, creating countless sword shadows. Sometimes it was like a cloud floating in the sky, containing all kinds of changes. Sometimes it was like a mighty wind sweeping through thousands of miles. White Cloud Mountain's martial arts had always been about changes. The 5 White Cloud paths were an overview. Regardless of whether it was the flying cloud path that focused on speed or the refining cloud path that focused on strength, they both contained the essence of transformations. However, they were not as complicated as the illusory cloud path. Fu Yanxiao was a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. Chunzong was also a disciple of White Cloud Mountain. Both of them cultivated White Cloud Mountain's martial arts, and each of them had their own understanding of the Tao of transformations. The ever-changing saber and ever-changing sword continued to clash, colliding time and time again, dodging time and time again, attacking the opponent's flaws. Regardless of whether there were changes or not, every strike was extremely terrifying. Especially this kind of close combat, it was even more shocking, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. Their breathing became hurried, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be boiling. It was too brilliant, too dangerous, too exciting, and it caused one to feel as if they were in the real world. It was as if there were saber lights and sword images revolving endlessly around their bodies, and one could faintly sense the terrifying sharpness of the saber lights. Gao Hongjing's expression was solemn. His battle with Chunzong and Fu Yanxiao had not been this intense. This kind of battle did not test one's own strength, but the level of one's martial arts attainments and martial arts realm, the degree of one's control over one's own strength, and the collision of one's combat talent and skills. Very clever. Both of them were very clever. Immediately, Gao Hongjing's lips curled into a sneer. Having fought with Chunzong, he was very clear about Chunzong's learning ability. In the beginning, Chunzong did not understand martial arts fusion, but after fighting with him, he gradually mastered it. Now, he had reached a certain level of proficiency in martial arts fusion, making each of his sword moves more powerful. Gao Hongjing believed that in the process of fighting with Fu Yanxiao, Chunzong's swordsmanship would definitely improve again, and Fu Yanxiao would soon have a taste of what he felt at that time. Indeed, Fu Yanxiao had already felt it. He could feel that his opponent was rapidly improving, and each of his sword moves was becoming more unpredictable. Even Fu Yanxiao could feel that the rapid improvement of his opponent's swordsmanship was closely related to him, as if he was feeding his opponent moves. But in fact, that was not the case. He was not feeding Chunzong, but was truly displaying his own saber skills. His purpose was to defeat Chunzong, but because of Chunzong's excellent control over his strength and swordsmanship, he felt that he had met his match, and the battle was unrestrained. Fu Yanxiao was different from Gao Hongjing. When Gao Hongjing realized that Chunzong's swordsmanship was rapidly improving, he felt great pressure. Therefore, he activated all his strength, intending to defeat Chunzong with tyrannical strength and win. However, Fu Yanxiao did not do so directly, because he believed in himself and also felt lucky to have met a good opponent. Even if Chunzong was improving under his own pressure, it was still his ability. Moreover, Fu Yanxiao also planned to use Chunzong to sharpen his saber skills, so that his saber skills could be more refined. This was the difference between Fu Yanxiao and Gao Hongjing, the difference in their mentality. Gao Hongjing did not want to become Chunzong's whetstone, and did not want to let Chunzong's swordsmanship improve because of him. He did not want to use this to sharpen his spear skills. However, Fu Yanxiao was different. Fu Yanxiao's mentality was better, and he was more open-minded. People like him could often cultivate to a higher level. Of course, it was not certain that Gao Hongjing could not cultivate to a higher level. There were no absolutes in the world. Chunzong's swordsmanship had improved through practice and learning, and so did Fu Yanxiao. However, Fu Yanxiao's speed of improvement was much slower than Chunzong's. Even if Fu Yanxiao had a good mentality, he could not help but feel jealous. At this moment, Chunzong was like a dry sponge, constantly absorbing water to enrich himself. There was nothing more intuitive than improving and breaking through in a battle. This battle lasted for an hour. Chunzong's swordsmanship had improved significantly compared to before. Fu Yunxiao's saber skills had improved, but it was not so obvious. After all, he had almost reached a limit in his cultivation. If he wanted to improve, he could only break through to a higher level. However, it was not so easy to break through to a higher level. On the other hand, Chunzong's level was very high. It was like filling a bucket with water. Fu Yunxiao's bucket was 1 meter high, while Chunzong's bucket was 2 meters high. Now, Fu Yunxiao's bucket had been filled with nearly 1 meter of water. If he continued to fill it, it would overflow. Unless he modified the bucket and made it taller, it could hold more water. However, Chunzong's 2-meter bucket was less than 1 meter of water. Now, it was gradually increased to 1 meter, but there was still space for more water. Naturally, Fu Yunxiao's bucket could not be compared with his. After an hour of fierce fighting, neither of them could defeat the other because they each had their own strengths. Chunzong felt very satisfied and satisfied. It could be said that Fu Yunxiao was the first opponent who could fight with Chunzong to this extent in martial arts. Gao Hongjing and Bai Xie could not do it. Sure enough, he deserved to be the first on the last cloud list. They stopped fighting tacitly and instantly distanced themselves from each other. In the last breath, the saber light and the sword shadow tore through all directions. In the next breath, the saber light and the sword shadow disappeared. How wonderful! These two are too strong. Who could get the first place? Below the arena, everyone was dumbfounded. After half an hour of fierce fighting, it had been like a violent storm, causing everyone to forget how to breathe. Now that the situation had suddenly come to a standstill, the sudden change had caused some of them to feel dizzy and on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, everyone here was a transcendent realm cultivator, their strength not to be underestimated, and their life force far surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing them to recover in a breath's time. If it was a foundation establishment cultivator who had not improved their life rating, they would have fainted. If it was an ordinary person, their consciousness would have probably collapsed, and they would have died. I'm very happy to have met you. Fu Yunxiao stared at Chunzong. His face was no longer calm and indifferent. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. It was a resounding and impassioned smile. His eyes even shot out an extremely sharp light as his battle intent surged. Fu Yunxiao's current state stunned everyone, and they thought they were seeing things. Even in the last Cloud List tournament, when Fu Yunxiao and Gao Hongjing fought, it was not like this. Same to you. Chunzong smiled slightly. Fu Yunxiao was really a good opponent, a very good opponent. Your strength and swordsmanship are both very strong. Even if I go all out to defeat you, it won't be that easy. Fu Yunxiao spoke again. It was very rare because from the beginning of the Outer Sect Great Competition until now, Fu Yunxiao had not spoken until now. 50-50. 50-50. This referred to Fu Yunxiao's chances of winning if he went all out against Chunzong. There was a 50% chance of winning, 50% chance of losing. This probability was just as Chunzong had imagined. 50-50. It seemed that Fu Yunxiao's strength was stronger, but Chunzong also had his strengths. If they really went all out, it would be hard to tell who would win and who would lose until the last moment. Everyone could not help but wonder. Since it was a 50% chance of winning and losing was hard to predict, was he not going to fight? If he wanted to fight, how would he fight? Chunzong was also very curious. That's not my original intention. However, there has to be a winner in this battle. I want to be number one. Fu Yunxiao sighed slightly. Immediately, his expression turned cold and his eyes became even sharper. If that's the case, I can only rely on some external help. External help. Chunzong frowned slightly. Fu Yunxiao's voice was not loud, but everyone could hear him clearly. Then what was the so-called external help? There are always rules in the Outer Sect Great Competition. Some external help could not be relied on, such as asking others to help, borrowing other people's strength, and also could not use elixirs that could increase one's strength in a short period of time. After all, Those elixirs had obvious side effects. In serious cases, it could even affect one's foundation. If one's foundation was affected, it would mean that one's future path of cultivation would be even more difficult. This was not beneficial to the sect. Then, what other external help could they rely on? The range was very small, and the amount of external help they could rely on was also very small. Chunzong's gaze fell on the long saber in Fu Yunxiao's hand. At the same time, Fu Yunxiao's gaze also fell on the long saber in his hand. Frost Cloud, Snow Saber. Chapter 1195. The cloud-white aura was filled with an astonishing chill. It spread like a frost mist and wrapped around the long saber from top to bottom. It was like an invisible ice silkworm spinning a cocoon. Strands of it quickly spread out and pervaded Fu Yunxiao's body, protecting him firmly. This layer of defense seemed thin, but it was actually extremely astonishing. Even if Chunzong used his full strength, he still couldn't break it. Half-Saint Grade. It was an astonishing defense that could withstand a half-Saint Grade attack, and the source was the long saber. This saber is called Frost Cloud, Shining Snow. A faint and empty voice came from Fu Yunxiao's mouth. It was as if he was mumbling to himself at the peak of a snowy mountain. It's a natural spiritual weapon. Chunzong was secretly surprised. A natural spiritual weapon was extraordinary. Gao Hongjing's Crimson Dragon Sky Splitting Spear was a natural spiritual weapon, but Bai Xie's 9th grade spiritual weapon wasn't. He didn't expect the long saber in Fu Yunxiao's hand to be a natural spiritual weapon. It was difficult to tell whether it was a natural spiritual weapon or not. I've done my best to cultivate this saber. Today, it's the first time I've released its true power. As Fu Yunxiao's voice fell, suddenly, there seemed to be an empty saber cry. It was like a light cry on a snowy mountain that reverberated in all directions. The astonishing chill suddenly exploded and turned into an astonishing wave of cold that swept out in all directions. The frost aura quickly spread like a wave and covered all directions. In the blink of an eye, with Fu Yunxiao as the center, the surrounding arena was suddenly covered by a layer of frost. It quickly spread out and covered the entire arena. Chunzong's figure lightly jumped and avoided the spreading frost. Using his absolute control over his own strength, his figure was as light as a feather as he slowly floated down from the air. At this speed, it would take at least a dozen breaths of time to reach the ground. Amidst the ear-piercing cracking sounds, the entire arena was suddenly covered by frost and completely frozen. The white-blue ice spread layer by layer. It was more than 3 feet thick. It was extremely terrifying. An astonishing chill continuously spread out from it and soared into the sky. Chunzong, who was slowly floating down, couldn't help but feel cold all over. That terrifying chill seemed to want to enter his body and wreak havoc. It was very cold. It was a coldness that could freeze one's blood, qi, and even one's soul. The expressions of the disciples standing outside the ring also changed greatly. They trembled all over and quickly circulated their secret arts to resist the chill and quickly retreated to open up a distance. It was as if they had suddenly entered a cold winter. Moreover, it was not an ordinary cold winter, but an extremely terrifying cold winter. Gao Hongjing and Bai Xie's expressions were incomparably solemn. Even they were unable to ignore such cold qi. They had to divert a portion of their strength to resist it. It could be imagined that if he were to divert a portion of his strength to resist this terrifying cold qi, he would not be able to fully display his strength. With a boom, the cold mist exploded. The long saber in Fu Yunxiao's hand seemed to have changed. Strands of cold air revolved around the blade, fluctuating and flickering. It looked like frost and lightning, emitting an astonishing and terrifying power. With the saber in hand, Fu Yunxiao's aura continued to strengthen. It broke through its original limits and reached an even higher level. Half-Step Saint. Fu Yunxiao's aura had reached the half-saint level. Everyone below the arena was dumbfounded. The strength of a half-step saint was already very powerful. One had to know that Fu Yunxiao was not considered old. He was only in his 30s. Half-step saints in their 30s were very rare. Even if Fu Yunxiao borrowed the power of the Hanyan Snow Saber to reach the half-step saint level, the Hanyan Snow Saber was a natural spiritual weapon and was one with Fu Yunxiao. It was cultivated by Fu Yunxiao to the half-step saint level, so it could be considered Fu Yunxiao's strength. If news of a half-step saint in his 30s were spread, it would cause a huge uproar. Of course, White Cloud Mountain was an 8-star force. Whether it was in terms of strength or background, it was shocking. Naturally, there were many half-step saint experts, but all of them were over 40 or 50 years old. Why were there no half-step saints participating in the Outer Sect tournament? That was the restriction of the sect's rules. White Cloud Mountain's Outer Sect tournament was held once every 5 years. At most, one could participate in 2 tournaments. After all, the span of the 2 tournaments was 10 years. 10 years was enough for one to improve greatly. Letting disciples who had cultivated for 10 more years to participate in the Outer Sect tournament was actually very unfair to the other disciples. Letting disciples who had participated in the first Outer Sect tournament participate in the second tournament was already the biggest concession. All in all, White Cloud Mountain had quite a few sect rules. Although there were quite a few semi-saint experts, they were not allowed to participate in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Of course, semi-saint experts also had their own special treatment. Although the rewards for the Outer Sect Grand Competition were pretty good, it was not too much for them. After all, every half-step saint had cultivated saint-grade arts and martial arts. At the very least, they were the low grade. Fu Yunxiao is definitely going to win, an inner sect disciple said. The strength of a half-step saint was enough to sweep the entire Outer Sect tournament. His strength has not reached the half-step saint level, but he has a half-step saint artifact. Another inner sect disciple squinted his eyes slightly. There was envy in his voice. One had to know that when they were still in the Transcendence realm, they did not have a half-step saint artifact. It was only after breaking through to the half-step saint level that they obtained a half-step saint artifact. Being able to obtain a half-step saint artifact in advance was undoubtedly a great advantage. It's a half-step saint artifact. Chunzong is definitely going to lose. Without a doubt, the first place on this year's cloud ranking is still in senior brother Fu Yunxiao's bag. Looking at the long saber in Fu Yunxiao's hand that was exuding an amazing power and chill, everyone felt that the dust had settled. There was no need for this battle to continue. Chunzong was indeed very strong, but his strength was still limited to the Transcendence realm. He had not yet reached the half-step saint level. Without reaching the half-step saint level, he was not a match for a half-step saint master. Using this power is too much of a bully. Fu Yunxiao shook his head slightly. To be honest, he did not intend to use this power in the beginning. However, Chunzong was too strong, and he did not have the confidence to defeat him. On the other hand, Fu Yunxiao was determined to obtain the first place on this year's cloud ranking. In that case, he had to make a few choices. Either he fought Chunzong with his own strength, but there was a possibility that he would be defeated by Chunzong and miss the opportunity to obtain the first place on the cloud ranking. Or he could unlock the seal of the Cold Cloud Snow Reflecting Saber and release the true power of the Cold Cloud Snow Reflecting Saber, which was the half-step power. Using the power of a half-step saint was indeed a bit of a bully, but in any case, the Cold Cloud Snow Reflecting Saber was his innate spirit artifact. He had cultivated it single-handedly. In a sense, it was his own power. One slash. Fu Yunxiao opened his mouth again, and his eyes became cold. Since he had unlocked the power of the Cold Cloud Snow Reflecting Saber, there was no need for regrets. He only had determination. Chun shitty, if you can take one slash of my sword, I will lose. Senior brother Fu Yunxiao is giving Chunzong a chance. Some disciples exclaimed, "A chance my ass. Do you think Chunzong can take the slash of a half-step saint?" Some disciples curled their lips. The strength of a half-step saint was undoubtedly stronger. Without the strength of a half-step saint, one would not be able to withstand one slash and would be defeated directly. Therefore, there was no difference between 1 slash, 2 slashes, or 3 slashes. Of course, perhaps Chunzong could really take the slash and win if he used all his strength. No, Chunzong shook his head. Senior brother Fu, just use all your strength. As he spoke, Chunzong's figure also floated down from the arena. Powerful qi and blood surged through his body. Wisps of purple cloud-black star flame spread out and isolated the invading cold air. It could not enter his body at all, so naturally, it could not affect Chunzong at all. As soon as Chunzong finished speaking, the heavy dragon sword returned to its scabbard like a swallow returning to its nest. Then, Chunzong's hand swiped across it and disappeared. Everyone could not help but widen their eyes. What was going on? Why did Chunzong put away his sword instead? In the next moment, a new sword appeared in Chunzong's hand. The sword was sparkling and translucent, as if the body of the sword was made of flawless crystal. There was a golden line spreading along the sword's spine, and the sword's edge was suffused with a golden light. Wisps of flame were burning on the sword's body. Chunzong had not used this sword since he returned to the Lingwu Holy World for more than a year. Half-step Saint Weapon, red flame-sharp sword. Now, with the sword in his hand, Chunzong could feel the strong power contained in the red flame-sharp sword by controlling it with his heart. The strength of a half-step saint. Originally, Chunzong did not want to use the red flame-sharp sword. But now, Fu Yinxiao had used a half-step saint weapon and had the strength of a half-step saint. If he did not use the red flame-sharp sword, he would not be Fu Yinxiao's opponent at all. Chunzong's choice was very simple. He could either admit defeat and lose the first place, but Chunzong also wanted the first place. Therefore, he could only use the red flame-sharp sword. Half-step saint weapon. Exclamations suddenly sounded. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that Chunzong also had a half-step saint weapon. He hit it so well. The disciples smiled bitterly. Gao Hongjing was stunned at first, and then his face became gloomy. It turned out that Chunzong was still hiding a half-step saint weapon. If he had used the half-step saint weapon in the previous battle, he would not have been able to withstand a single strike. Thinking of this, Gao Hongjing's eyelids twitched. Fu Yinxiao was also shocked. He never expected that Chunzong would also have a half-step saint weapon. What was the difference between this and the previous battle when he did not use the half-step saint weapon? The chances of winning and losing were still 50-50. Fu Yinxiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. After going back and forth, he finally returned to his original position. But now that things had come to this, he could only fight. Moreover, Fu Yinxiao wanted to give it a try. If he used the half-step saint weapon with his strength below the half-step saint weapon, he would not be able to use it for a long time, and his strength would be greatly consumed. The Hanyan Snowblade was his natural spiritual weapon and was closely related to him. Therefore, when he used it, the consumption of his strength would be reduced. Moreover, he had reached the 3rd level of the martial arts realm, so he could further reduce the consumption of his strength. In this way, Chunzong's strength would only be consumed more than his. In this way, he could win. The thought flashed through his mind quickly. Fu Yinxiao took a step forward, as if he was taking a stroll in the courtyard. This step turned into a cold wind that swept forward, covering the sky and covering the earth, as if it could freeze everything. Chapter 1196. The wind blew and the snow surged. It was as if a snowstorm from the extreme north was sweeping forward. The whistling sound of the wind filled the heavens and earth, and no other sound could be heard. The heavens and earth were covered in white. The wind and snow turned into ice shards that were like goose feathers sweeping across the land. It covered the sky and covered the earth, freezing all life and ending the world. But the scarlet flame sword in Chunzong's hand instantly flashed, and with a swooshing sound, a golden flame suddenly burst out from the body of the sword, burning fiercely. It was as if the water of a long river flowed endlessly, transforming into a golden flame that spread in all directions, directly burning and melting the ice storm that swept over. countless white fog rose up, covering all directions. The sound of sizzling filled the heavens and earth, giving people an indescribable feeling. The entanglement of ice and fire. The collision of the long sword and the sharp sword. The tyrannical aura of a half-step saint continued to spread out, affecting the surroundings more and more. The elder in charge of the Outer Sect Grand Competition had no choice but to set up a layer of protection around the arena, isolating it from the outside world so that the arena would not be affected. The bone-chilling coldness and the scorching heat collided again and again. As the steam rose, it filled the entire arena, making it difficult for people to see what was happening inside. In the thick steam, Fu Yunxiao and Chun Zong approached each other and swung their swords. With a half-saint weapon in hand, both of them had the frightening strength of a half-saint. Moreover, under the third level of the way of the sword, their energy consumption would be lower and they could last longer. Chun Zong's Sword of the Heart had reached perfection and was much stronger than Fu Yunxiao. Therefore, his energy consumption was much lower. Although Fu Yunxiao's level was not as high as Chun Zong's, the frost cloud reflecting snowblade was one with him and grew together. Therefore, his energy consumption was much lower. The exquisite sword and saber techniques, the tyrannical strength of a half-saint, the power that burst out was even more frightening. Both of them were half-saints. For a moment, the battle between the two was incomparably intense. No one could do anything to the other. Fu Yunxiao seized an opportunity and slashed with his blade. An indescribable aura spread out, and the second blade followed. Mystic Nine-Blade Slash. This was the mysterious martial art that had defeated Gao Hongjing before. 9 consecutive saber strikes, each strike stronger than the previous one, especially the 9th saber strike, which burst out with an astonishing power. Raising his sword to meet the attack, Chun Zong withstood the 9 blade slashes. He could feel the power increasing, especially the last blade. It was so powerful that Chun Zong was forced back. In an instant, Fu Yunxiao slashed again. The 9 blades formed a wave. If it was not Chun Zong's body. However, Chun Zong had his own reasons for doing so, and that was to comprehend the profundity of Fu Yunxiao's 9 blades. At the same time, Chun Zong slashed with his sword. This sword seemed to be stabbing into the air, but there was an indescribable mystery to it. It was as if it had stabbed into a certain point, which made Fu Yunxiao's expression change. The continuous power of the 9 mysterious knife slash was suddenly broken. The real power of the mystic 9-blade slash was continuous. Slash after slash. 9 consecutive slashes. The power had reached the peak. If the slash was broken, the power could not be fully exerted. It was similar to a normal slash. After breaking through the 9 mysterious blade cut, Chun Zong's sword ring moved freely. In an instant, it slashed down towards Fu Yunxiao as if it could split the heavens and earth. Fu Yunxiao's expression changed drastically. White cloud, soaring heaven technique. Soaring heaven technique. Fu Yunxiao's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He blocked Chun Zong's sword with his saber and counterattacked. Tranquil sword. Purple cloud, black star flame. Chun Zong also activated all his power. Every time the sword and saber collided, it gave people an earth-shattering shock. It was as if everything in all directions was torn apart. The power was terrifying. Sword and saber scars covered the ring. Even with the ring's powerful correction power, it could not be repaired in an instant. It would take at least 3 breaths. This was the power of a half-saint. Of course, if he wanted to give the ring more correction power, it would increase the consumption of power. The current correction power was enough. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. It was as if the earth was breaking and the moon was falling. This kind of power was isolated in the ring. It was difficult for the outside world to feel it, but the scene in front of their eyes made everyone horrified. Too strong. The strength of a half-step saint was really too strong and terrifying. Moreover, these two people's martial arts attainments were very high. They were even more powerful. Gao Hongjing's expression was very ugly. The corner of his eyes twitched. Bai Xia's face was also very serious. If Chun Zong and Fu Yunxiao had used this kind of strength in their previous battle, they would not have been able to withstand even one move. They could not see clearly at all. They could only hear the continuous sound. It was extremely complicated and ear-piercing. It was as if it was stirring up everyone's spiritual will and tearing their souls apart. The sound of the sword and saber colliding was even more terrifying. Those who were not strong enough felt as if their heads were being split open. Fu Yunxiao quickly retreated. His body was like the wind. Frost condensed in his snowflakes and flew around his body. He held his Han snow saber horizontally in front of his chest. For fingers of his left hand touched the saber. The saber trembled. A shocking buzzing sound resounded through the world. The icy saber radiance suddenly spread out as if it was awakened. After that, strands of cloud markings lit up and appeared on the blade. They overlapped with each other like numerous towering mountains that were spread out between the heavens and the earth. Every single mountain was suffused with a shocking aura. Those were not ordinary mountains. They were snowy mountains. Snowy mountains were majestic and thick, and they were filled with a shocking chill. An extremely terrifying aura spread out. It was even stronger than before. Thousand Snow, Fu Yunxiao said word by word. His expression was cold and solemn. His eyes were cold and sharp. It was like an eternal ice that froze the world. The moment the third word snow fell, Fu Yunxiao swung his saber horizontally in front of his chest. It seemed to be very slow and ordinary, just like a normal swing of the blade. However, in an instant, the illusory, snow-capped mountains floating on the blade suddenly burst out with an astonishing cold light. The cold light spread and connected into a large area, giving off an astonishing momentum that could shatter heaven and earth. It was like the 1,000-year-old snow on a huge, snow-capped mountain was collapsing, constantly sweeping downwards. The more it swept, the faster it moved, and the more powerful and terrifying it became. It was enough to cause the earth to collapse. This saber was Fu Yunxiao's ultimate move. It was a self-created ultimate move that he created by watching the collapse of the snowy mountains and his own saber techniques. When he fought with Gao Hongjing, Fu Yunxiao did not use this move. It was because he did not need to use this move to deal with Gao Hongjing and Bai Xia. However, he had no choice but to use this move against Qinzong. The power of this ultimate move was unparalleled. At the same time, the energy consumption was also very shocking. After all, this move was very strong, but it was not perfect. If it was perfected, its power would only increase further. On the contrary, the energy consumption would decrease. Even though it was not perfect, the power of this move was very terrifying. It was terrifying to the extreme. When the saber was swung, the saber disappeared. There was only a shocking impact of light. It was as if a snowy mountain was collapsing. It was filled with a violent and domineering aura that could destroy the world. It attacked everything, engulfed everything, and destroyed everything. All obstructions and obstacles could not be resisted. They would only be completely destroyed. Qinzong's expression suddenly changed. He instantly felt like he was standing in front of a huge, snowy mountain, facing the collapse of a snowy mountain. The power of heaven and earth, the terrifying truth contained in nature, made people tremble from the depths of their souls. This was an unavoidable reaction that originated from the nature of life. The corner of Gao Hongjing's eyes twitched even more. The power of this saber was too terrifying. Even if Fu Yunxiao did not use a sage-level weapon, he would not be able to resist it even if he burst out with all his strength. All his defenses would be destroyed in an instant. What a terrifying saber! Before this, he did not even have the ability to let Fu Yunxiao use this saber. Was he looking down on him? Unable to accept this, Gao Hongjing's chest rose and fell rapidly. He was furious. Facing this saber, the whole arena was filled. The terrifying power spread in all directions. There was nowhere to dodge. Qinzong could only resist this saber. The pressure was vast and boundless. This kind of pressure was filled with terrifying power. It was as if it could destroy everything. It also carried a shocking chill that froze everything and destroyed all life. The combination of the two forces made the power of this saber break through the limit and go one step further. This kind of pressure made Chunzong feel suffocated. His body felt as if it was about to be crushed. Even his mind felt as if it was about to be frozen. Under this kind of terrifying pressure, Chunzong's eyes turned. White filled the air. It was a sea of clouds. The sea of clouds rose and spread in all directions. It was full of unparalleled mystery. Holding the hilt with both hands, he swung it diagonally. The golden sword light immediately tore the sky and pierced through everything. The tyrannical power was activated to the extreme. The purple cloud black star flame was also released without reservation, making the power of this saber even stronger. Chunzong did not need to resist the whole avalanche. He only needed to cut a hole. Under the tyrannical saber and the existence of a super strong spiritual sense, the mystery of the heartless sword was activated to the extreme. In an instant, Chunzong's body was swallowed by the white avalanche and disappeared. However, a purple-gold saber light suddenly flashed. It was like a fish swimming against the current, attacking Fu Yunxiao. Kill. Using Shanxue consumed a lot of Fu Yunxiao's energy. As Chunzong approached, Fu Yunxiao felt his hair stand on end. He hurriedly waved his saber to resist, but he felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. It was too mysterious and difficult to resist. It was as if there was divine help. Under the saber, Fu Yunxiao was forced to retreat. This retreat was unstoppable. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The impact of the avalanche reverberated in all directions, rolling up terrifying waves. Chunzong seemed to be walking on the waves. He forced Fu Yunxiao to retreat again and again with his saber. Although using Shanxue was powerful, there were also disadvantages. Chunzong grasped the opportunity and immediately grasped the rhythm. He expanded the opportunity and forced Fu Yunxiao to be unable to gather strength to counterattack. Heartless Sword. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.